accounts for 55% of the economy. So these are not all activities, but their fortunes depend significantly on what happens in the oil sector. For example, manufacturing is not an oil activity, but it's significantly dependent on what happens in the oil sector. And then you have a third part of the non-oil sector that is not significantly dependent on the oil sector, but accounts for 38% of the economy. So that means that whatever happens in the oil sector, only 38% of the economy is actually safe. The remaining 62% of the economy will be triggered by anything that happens to the oil economy. Next slide. And this would explain, next slide please. This will explain why Nigeria has really not been able to get out of the economic recovery stage. We've been going from, ordinarily when you come out of recession, then you go to economic recovery, and then you take off. But we have not been able to take off. And the reason we have not been able to take off is because the oil sector has been in contraction throughout the entire period. And because the oil sector has been in contraction throughout the entire period, we have not really been able to grow significantly beyond the 3.5% we have been growing over the last few years. Until, can you go to the previous slide, please? You will see over 90% correlation between oil sector growth with the trajectory of our economic growth. So it's really, really, ironically, what that means is that to diversify the Nigerian economy the way we want, we actually have to ensure that the oil sector, we have to initially ensure that the oil sector actually works. Because until the oil sector works, it will be difficult to be free from the oil sector. Next sector. So let's go into very quickly in some of the recent economic activities. Now, this slide is basically showing how we have gone from a period of average growth of 7.7%, 6 to 6%, and then in the last 8 years, 1.1%, driven, of course, by the non-oil sector, which, if you look at the graph, has not really grown significantly. It's more or less stayed flat. But the oil sector has been, the non-oil sector, on the other hand, has stayed in contraction, like I mentioned earlier. Next slide. There are two reasons why we grew by about 1% in the last 8 years. One, like I said, the dependence on the oil sector that was contracting. The second has to do with the economic growth strategy that was adopted between those two periods. Now, in the earlier periods, the economy was driven by consumption expenditure. It was driven by private investment. But in the last 8 years, it was driven by government investment and government expenditure at the expense of consumption expenditure and at the expense of private investment. So government takes policy or took policies that squeeze consumption expenditure, that squeeze private investment to raise funds to spend, for government to spend in the economy. Now, what you did basically was that you shrunk this larger share of your economy, which is consumption expenditure and private investment, which both constitute about 70–80% of the economy. So you squeeze those two to generate revenues to spend in the economy. So when you are doing that, the overall economy, if you squeeze your strongest shares to benefit the weaker ones, you're going to shrink the overall economy. So you did not expand government expenditure by growing the economy and generating more revenues. You kept the government expenditure the way it was, and then pulled out more and more resources from there to fund government expenditure. And that's one of the reasons why you can see the growth drivers. You can see household consumption on average the previous years grew by 4.2%, grew by half in the last 8 years. You can see private investment from 4% to less than 1%. Consumption, meanwhile, government investment and government expenditure increased. Government expenditure in particular went from negative 4% to almost 5% growth, while your net exports was more or less flat for obvious reasons. Next slide. Can I go to the next slide? Where am I pointing? This just shows the impact of in Q1. I think we're all familiar with the fact that growth in Q1 reduced as a result of the Naira redesign policy. So rather than estimated growth of 3.4%, the Naira redesign policy just reduced our growth by 2.4%. That's something that we all know. Okay. In the first half of 2023, following the reversal of the Naira redesign policy, the economy has started growing again, and we can, if you look at the chart in the top right, you can see the trajectory of Nigeria's Purchasing Manager Index, and you can see that it has returned to growth. However, that growth is not strong. So at the end of the year, we're expecting growth to be about between 2.8 to 3%. 3% if we are lucky, and actually that depends on how quickly the Dangote refinery comes on stream. The chart on the top, the lower left, just basically shows the impact of the refinery in terms of the capacity utilization on growth. So basically, if capacity utilization in Dangote refinery goes to is 10%, then we expect a 2.6% growth, 20, 30, and so on. So the strength of our growth for the rest of the year will depend on how quickly Dangote refinery comes on stream. I don't expect Dangote refinery to be ready probably earliest last quarter of 2023, and I don't expect it to be able to go above 30% capacity utilization by then. Along with very slow, fragile economic growth, inflation has risen significantly, as we all know. You can see the spike since 2018. And of course, the recent reforms with the exchange rate and the subsidies obviously going to raise prices even more for the rest of the year until base effects kick in 2014 and they start to trend downwards. Nevertheless, even when they start to trend downward, they will still be high double digits, but it will slow down by the end of the year. What is interesting is the fact that the inflation rate in Nigeria, unlike most other countries in the world that also adopted a similar strategy of pushing up interest rates, has refused to come down. Every other country has finally started trending downward, but Nigeria continues to go higher. And the funny thing is that this is despite the fact that arguably Nigeria has introduced probably one of the most stringent attempts to attack inflation. From MPR going from 11% to 18%, that's almost a 100% rise. At the same time, the CRR was increased from 15 to over 35%. At the same time, the asymmetric corridor was widened to discourage banks from lending. At the same time, they put so much restrictions on demand for FX, which also should have controlled imported inflation. So we have put all these things in place, probably one of the most restrictive in the world, and we are still the only country that was able to slow down our inflation rate. I have a couple of theories why. One, of course, is the element of money supply, but I don't think money supply is the biggest constraint there. And I try to use Milton Friedman's theory, where he says to control inflation, he believes that you should allow money supply to increase by the rate of growth of the economy, so that as much as possible you are pulling out excess money supply out of the system. So I plotted money supply with GDP growth, and for the most part, since 2022, the growth in money supply has been more or less similar to the growth in GDP. So even though money supply is a factor, the data does not suggest that's the major factor driving inflation. And I will explain why. We understand why central banks will push up interest rates, for example, because they are trying to encourage or discourage lending for expansion. They are also trying to discourage consumers from borrowing and spending the economy by increasing interest rates that will be more attractive when they put their money in the economy. But one thing that the central bank did not take into consideration is the fact that over half of our economy is not in the financial sector. So the informal sector that don't have bank accounts will not be moved by increasing the interest rate because they don't put their money in the banks. So whatever you do with the interest does not affect them in the first place. Many of the small, medium-scale enterprises have no access to credit. So regardless of any financial strategy you adopt, it's really not going to affect them. So a significant portion of your economy, because of the way the economy is structured, is not even affected by anything that is done by the monetary policy authorities. Secondly, most of the reason why inflation is rising is because of more structural and cost push issues are not mainly driven by money supply challenges. And I think that until that strategy is changed, I don't think that we'll be able to control money policy, inflation. Definitely not through monetary policy tools. With respect to foreign reserves, the foreign reserves have remained pressured despite the several FX reforms that were introduced in the second half of the economy. Reserves have lost about 8.2% of their value, and that suggests that demand, of course, is still retained. It also suggests that the CBN is still intervening in the market, and it also means that the supply that was anticipated is not yet coming in the quantities that we expect. The removal of the peg did see, I don't know if I should call it a temporary convergence. Well, it saw a convergence between the official and parallel market rates, but the rate has tended to depreciate more than appreciate. And one of the things that we realized from the latest data from the CBN is the fact that for almost 2 decades, or almost over a decade, autonomous FX inflows are actually dominant sources of FX inflows. Most of the time we pay attention to crude oil sales to determine the direction of the foreign reserves. But actually autonomous FX are actually more important. So it's important to go and look at the trend in autonomous FX inflows and then try and determine what is going to happen with the FX supply by looking at what the determinants of those inflows are. I did an analysis in a model just to show the impact of the foreign exchange gap on the level of autonomous inflows into the country. And it shows that for every 1% increase in the foreign exchange gap, autonomous inflows reduce by 0.4%. I'm expecting that external reserves will continue to be under pressure. What I see is, yes, there's a lot of excitement with the reforms. There's cautious optimism, but the inflows are not yet going to come in for now because there are still a lot of different steps that central bankers to take to attract that inflow that hasn't yet done. What we're going to do with the 41 items, what we are going to do with also the administrative bottlenecks to get into the I&E window. It's not as straightforward and easy as that. All the paperwork and so there are still a lot of hurdles. So people are actually at this point trying to get into the FX market by passing the I&E window because it's still there are still a lot of bottlenecks in that area. The latest release of the capital importation data by the central bank also suggests exactly what I was just saying, that supply is not yet ready to come into the economy. I don't really see that changing for the rest of the year for the reason that I've already given. Our trade balance turned positive in the last 2 quarters, but it is largely it is partly as a result of improvements in oil production, very slightly, but more as a result of a decline in imports. Now, the question is that decline in imports sustainable? I don't think it is. I think the decline in imports is as a result of lack of access to FX. And now that it is easier to get FX, it might result in an increase in our imports, while our exports is constrained by the quota that OPEC has put on our oil production. We're actually very close to that, in an area where the oil prices are really remaining stable or actually more likely to decline. By the time you also add, this is actually just trading goods. By the time you actually add trading services, the possibility that we might go back into a negative trade balance and a negative current account balance is actually quite high. Yes, we are no longer importing, well, we have removed rather the subsidy for PMS, but that doesn't mean we have stopped importation of PMS. And now we're importing PMS at even higher value. So again, the possibility that in Naira terms, we might actually end the year with a negative trade and current account balance. We are also familiar with most of this. The fact that since 2018, our deficit started to widen. We have always run a deficit budget. That's nothing surprising. But you can see the huge gap as it was widening since 2018, actually since 2015. And I think we all understand what happened here. It was largely just about budgeting. We enter the recession, we wanted to spend our way out of recession, and we decided that we had to increase, we didn't have enough revenues to spend, so we decided to increase expenditure. But because you have a Fiscal Responsibility Act that narrows your revenue to expenditure to 3%, the only way you can increase your expenditure, you are going to have to borrow. The only way you can do that is by increasing your revenue. So we literally just put fictitious, exaggerated rather, revenue figures in the budget. That's basically what happened. We knew the revenues were not going to. Since I left government, I said I would try to be a lot less controversial, but maybe I'll suspend that temporarily. I was in the economic management team, and all we did was jack up revenues based on nothing, just to close the. So we have decided what we want to spend. Revenues are, we want to spend 10 trillion, revenues are 2 trillion. So we just, you know what, all the revenue generating agencies, we just artificially push up their revenue numbers, and then we're watching as the gap is narrowing until it gets within a 3%. That's actually what we did. And then we passed the budget. So of course, we borrowed what we wanted to borrow, but the revenues obviously never came. And in the interim, we went to central bank and said, well, we have a revenue target of 8 trillion in the budget. We'll get that revenue very soon. Just give us an advance on that revenue, and when it comes in, we'll give you the money back to you. Of course, we knew that the revenue was never going to come in, and it did not come in. What is more interesting is that the following year, we kept doing the same thing. We kept increasing the revenue higher than the previous year's revenue that didn't come in, and of course, increased expenditure. So that entire budget model was just a way to circumvent the law that says we can't go between 3%. And that's exactly why we got ourselves in here. I think we all understand it wasn't because of lack of performance of the revenue generating agencies. It was the revenue agencies were never ever going to be able to generate the targets that they were given. And that's how we got ourselves into this problem that has resulted in a current public debt stock of over 72 trillion if you factor in the ways and means that has been securitized. I don't expect much difference in the fiscal deficit as a percentage of GDP, and that's despite the fact that the PMS subsidy has been pulled out. It's not going to affect the budget this year because all that does is increase the revenue, not the expenditure. It doesn't reduce expenditure. It doesn't reduce expenditure. It just increases the revenue, possible revenue that the government can collect. But the government does plan to use a lot of that. The revenue that government is going to collect is still going to be less than the expenditure anyway. So it's not going to really affect the fiscal deficit as a percentage of GDP. I'll have to move a lot quicker here. I just did some quick computations here, just to taking away the subsidy on the recovery of the NNPC and putting that back in the budget. I expect fiscal deficit to improve slightly to 0.4%, but it will still be about 5%, which is still above the legal requirements. So I expect that there will be a move to improve those legal requirements going forward. In the process of doing all these FX reforms, obviously our credit ratings are going to improve because many of the challenges that were highlighted by the rating agencies have been worked on. the president has not yet signed the increase in the Ways and Means provision 15%, but again, that suggests an indication of the possibility of more increased debt. And honestly, I don't see a way around it. The government is going to have to borrow more and more to run the economy in the short term. So the rest of the year, I expect that the debt is going to increase. The outlook for the economy, and that's the final slide. I'm going to go through all this. I think we're all familiar with the president's agenda: economic growth, oil and gas, human capital. It's all contained in this manifesto. And even though normally there's always a difference between manifestos and what elected officials normally do, so far the president seems to be following part with his initial intended manifesto: infrastructure, security, the policy trusts, stability of petroleum product supply, fiscal monetary policy, which he has started working on, industrial policy, we're all familiar with this, so I'll skip this very quickly, power sector reforms. Industrialization, manufacturing, youth employment, employment creation, security. In particular, I think all we are going to see here is a return to a market-driven economy. The previous 8 years was more of a statist, more of a socialist type way of running the economy. I think we are seeing a return to more of a market-driven economy, and that's why the international markets reacted positively to the elections. In line with, I took out some of the key things that came out from his inaugural speech, two of which have been dealt with: the removal of subsidies and the unification of the exchange rate. The president still intends to lower interest rate. I don't see that happening this year or next. An average GDP growth rate of 6%. The return of community boards. These are just more of a summary of the key events that have happened in the first half of 2023. We're all familiar with all of this. So in conclusion, I would say that I would expect a continuation of the slow, at least I expect a slow GDP growth rate in 2023. It would improve in 2024, but it would still be a slow GDP growth rate between 3 and 4%. Inflation is going to remain high. It will continue to rise up to the last quarter of 2023 and then start to trend downward, but will still remain high double digits for the whole of 2024. I think I'll just, because I'm out of time, I'll just summarize the final slide, which basically is the suggestion. Now, as soon as the reform started, we saw a positive reaction by the stock market. I think that was by the capital market. I think that was a combination of two things. One, people were positive of those reforms. Secondly, a lot of people, particularly in the equities market, were expecting huge inflows into the capital market from foreign investors. So many of them are just taking positions. I think it's actually a combination of those two things. However, if you look at the lower right chart that essentially shows the trend in the stock market in naira and dollars, you can actually see that in dollar terms, if the depreciation continues, there's a huge loss for foreign investors. So that actually might result in them not bringing their money in, or result in them running out of the country with those that currently have investments in the capital market. You can see that huge gap. The blue line shows the returns in the capital market in dollar terms, and the white line is the one we use in Nigeria in dollars. So as long as that gap exists, you might not see huge inflows coming into the capital market in the short to medium term. So I expect that the FX is more likely going to depreciate for the rest of the year, and the reserves are going to be under a lot of pressure for the rest of the year up to early New Year and earlier in 2024. And I also expect that until we can guarantee huge inflows, which for now seems to be a challenge, until a lot of the other steps that have to be taken by the central bank are introduced, I think the FX market will more likely depreciate. We will still be a bit more volatile. And those huge inflows that we're expecting will not come in for the rest of the year until maybe sometime mid next year. Thank you very much for listening. I'll skip this and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kale. I think he deserves another round of applause. Very insightful. I mean, if I were to go through everything I learned from what he just said, I'll probably spend half the time he has already spent making his presentation. But I think the message is simple and clear. The Nigerian economy has had its fair share of challenges, 2 recessions in the space of 6 years. And his projection is that the economy will grow at between 2.6% to 3% this year, which is okay, but we need to agree that for an economy our size, or for a population our size, the target should be something closer to 8, 9, 10%, which is why a lot is riding on economic reforms. Okay, so what we'll do now, to keep it short and simple, we'll take questions now. So if you have a question for Dr. Kale, then we can quickly do that. We only have room for 2 questions, please. Thank you. So if you have a question, please notify by putting up your hands. What are you here?
A very warm welcome once again to all our guests. We'll continue with our program right now, and next up we have a 15-minute presentation by AutoCheck on multimodal effect of the automotive sector in economic development. I would like to invite Chief Executive Officer, AutoCheck Africa, Mr. Etop Ikpe. A round of applause for him, please.
Good morning, everyone. All right. It's actually an absolute pleasure to be here. Before I start, having 15 minutes to talk about the multimodal effect of the automotive industry after Dr. Kale, I shouldn't be judged. I'm quite passionate about the automotive industry. A lot of people get into the automotive industry primarily because of their love for automobiles. Unlike that, I'm actually someone who, by the way, I'm just saying this to keep time. It's not my presentation. So I'm actually someone who isn't very passionate about the beauty and things like that of cars. I like cars simply because of the industry, the impact it makes, and the amount of money that is pretty much created. So I've been very analytical in my approach to the automotive. So it enlightens me a lot and makes me quite glad to be able to make impact, because I understand fundamentally how critical the automotive industry has been globally, important to most of the economies we model ourselves after. And a lot of the lessons I've learned studying global economies that have used the automotive sector as a driver pretty much show how inclusive it is and fundamentally important it is to economic development, and something sometimes unnoticed, also technical development. It's very critical to improving your technical capacity by driving the automotive sector. So going in pretty quickly. So here we have a lot of strategists in this room. Most of us here spend our time developing strategy, developing policies, developing strategy within businesses that fundamentally will drive our business growth. Mobility is fundamentally the fulfillment of your strategy, the ability to move goods and services. Regardless of what happens in your boardroom, regardless of what happens during your strategic sessions, if you don't have the required mobility on the ground, and not just logistics infrastructure, but something basic as cars to move your salespeople, to go market your goods and services, to move your staff around, if you don't have the required mobility, you cannot fulfill your strategy. The automotive sector globally is really something that a lot of nations and hold very valuable. Automobile emblems go side by side, countries, flags, and nations. They represent the embodiment of a nation. In terms of how cars are designed, how cars are made, the innovation, it is used to communicate the innovation and technical capacity within any country. And its significant impact can be seen across the GDP contribution of some of the strongest economies globally. And so no nation that is serious about development plays around with its automotive sector because of the impact it fundamentally has on growth and development. If we take the Model T, which is the first mass-produced car, fundamentally moved cars from a luxury item, only available to the rich, to becoming something that was available to everyone and could actually drive production. It had a significant impact not just on the automotive industry, but on the world we know today. Some of the key significant changes, the drive to make mobility affordable, were the pioneering of the assembly line as we know it today, which is still fundamentally the primary measure in which production and manufacturing occurs. Second key thing is the ability to reduce production time. So the production time for a vehicle went from 720 minutes to 93 minutes. For most of us within the manufacturing sector here, we know how difficult it is to take production time down by 1 minute or 5 minutes. So think about taking down your production time and what it does to your costs and what it does to your revenues if you're able to move it from 720 minutes to 93 minutes. The ability to increase that level of productivity also allowed Ford to double wages while reducing the work week. The work week, as we know today, Monday to Friday, emanated from this. So imagine what it did for well-being of employees, reducing the amount of time I spend at work, but doubling my wages. Can you imagine the impact it had on people? And fundamentally, the Ford Model T, between 1908 and 1927, when it was in production, 15 million units were produced. This still stands as the record after the Volkswagen Beetle as the most produced vehicle ever. So it fundamentally was the driver for the industrialization and the economic boom in the early 19th century that led the US to become the economy it was. They had the mobility to drive the economic strategy, as I mentioned earlier on. Fast forward to today, and one of the most critical problems we face is how we turn the tide on climate change. So many things are being driven around how we can push and getting organizations to move and the world to move to a more climate-friendly production process. The North Star in this whole process has been the evolution of automobiles, and Tesla leads that innovation. Once again, the automobile represents a key factor to shifting human behavior. A lot has been said. We all listen to Dr. Kale, and everyone is taking the economic policies that have been announced. If you read through the policy documents, there's a lot of excitement and a lot of positivity around the potential. But we go back to what I initially asked. Is Nigeria ready? Is our mobility sector ready to actually support the initiatives for an economic boom? Do we have the legs? Are we taking a hot carriage into a car race? Because you do need that mobility. The graph I have here very quickly compares what we call motorization rates, which is a simple measure of how many people have access to vehicles in any country. The motorization rate is a measurement of cars per 1,000 people. And we've also charted here the credit penetration to GDP. And if you look at the correlation, you can see that countries like Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya have lower credit penetration, and this directly correlates to the motorization rate. Simply put, there are not enough vehicles to move people to access goods, services, and drive those economies. There's a perception that industrialized, that have the right kind of infrastructure and the right kind of transport, do not have a high amount of vehicles. That's absolutely false. You need a high and thriving mobility sector to support industrialization. One of the things that hamper us fundamentally is the cost of the vehicle. Cars are fundamentally highly priced. It's one of the most expensive items people would ever spend on. And considering the purchasing power in our country, if there's anywhere that credit is needed to drive automotive, it's here. When we talk about the automotive value chain, a lot of times the only focus is on manufacturing. Everybody believes that if you want to drive or want to improve all we need to do is figure out how we start manufacturing vehicles. But the manufacturing segment is just one part of a very highly complex, symbiotic ecosystem that has taken 100 years to evolve. And so there's no way you're going to drive development in the automotive sector without a critical look at each of these fundamental sectors where development and employment actually happens. The automotive sector is just one of them, and it's usually the lowest employer of labor within the automotive value chain because it requires the highest technical skill set. A quick look at the critical sectors within the automotive sector, starting of course with manufacturing, but then you have a robust trading industry, and so all of us that typically have manufacturing businesses that also rely on distribution channels, it carries the same fundamental concept. Repair and maintenance. The baseline for the sustenance of vehicles is also, and actually usually carries the same amount of value as the automotive sector itself. You have valuation and pricing, which is where the financial drivers come in, the ability to understand the evolution of pricing. If you understand the evolution of pricing in the stock market, if you understand how automobiles can be commoditized, that is when they can be traded. In logistics, how are vehicles actually moved around? And automobile assets are actually not small, so storage and logistics of these vehicles are also fundamentally critical to actually delivering value. The insurance sector has sub-segments within it, such as warranty development. It's also very critical because of the value of the asset as well. And finally, the ability to grade and inspect vehicles employs millions of people across the board for things like certification of vehicles. All these segments work together but fundamentally are fused by credit. And I'll explain why credit is so critical to driving this. The reason why we don't capture value is simply because we do not have a high credit penetration in automobile purchases. And when you go into more industrialized economies, you will find that it's the absolute reverse. You would hardly find anyone purchasing a vehicle without the application of credit. It's not just because of affordability, but it's because of the loss of value. So, at the end of the day, the purchase of a vehicle is a very satisfactory feeling for any human being. When you buy your vehicle, when you smell that freshness, when you upgrade that vehicle, that feeling cannot be replicated. Everybody loves that. That's really what you want to deliver at the end of the day. Deeply embedded in the joy and reward of this purchase of a new vehicle is the unseen multimodal effect. And before I close out, I just want to walk us through how this typically works. Unfortunately, yeah, thank you very much. So we'll walk through a simple transaction. Assume those individuals that you saw on the last slide just went through that purchase. The advantage of credit is that it allows us embed standardization in the process of purchase. So, in the purchase of 100 cars that are sold and financed, those 100 cars have to go through the proper method of registration and ensure that all levies and taxes are paid. That is how you typically ensure government revenue and the right amount of compliance is actually achieved. You move into the insurance industry. It also ensures you capture the highest possible value of insurance in comprehensively insuring that vehicle, because the financiers of that vehicle need to ensure that that asset actually holds value. Those assets need to be properly maintained to ensure the residual value is withheld. And if you can guarantee supply and connect the maintenance of these vehicles to the purchase of these vehicles, you can also drive quality parts, which is a big problem in most of the places where we operate. The ability to sustain quality parts to manage the vehicles. If you buy a vehicle and you don't fit it with the right parts, you're giving that vehicle a slow and guaranteed death. The logistics, like I mentioned, moving these cars around, they must be fulfilled. They have to be delivered. And if you go across any industrialized economy, things that you see most visibly are those trucks, those double or triple beds with about 9 to 10 cars constantly moving. If you count 10 trucks, 4 of them are driving vehicles to be fulfilled. So it's a huge industry in itself. When the end of a lease occurs, there's a natural recycling that also occurs, which is the same way when you build a house, you move vehicles into the rental market. The secondary market for new vehicles also exists, which is what Nigeria currently feeds on Tokumbo cars. It's the secondary market from the US, from Canada, that we feed on. That is an industry in itself that actually employs thousands of dealers today. Those vehicles in themselves can also be financed. So it builds a lot more value for credit providers. And all that data on demand is fed back to the manufacturers to produce better cars to be sold and financed again. And that is fundamentally how the cycle works. That is why it's so important to embed this credit in the process so that you fundamentally capture value and drive value across the segments. Finally, before I leave, there's a perception that Nigerians love Tokumbo cars. And I just want to ensure that I live by reminding everybody that Nigerians don't love Tokunbo cars. Nigerians can only afford Tokunbo cars. And if we truly want to unlock the value in the automotive sector, then we must be able to drive affordable financing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Igbe, for that wonderful presentation on the value that is created, the business ecosystem that is created by a credit and auto financing options for the Nigerian economy, and I guess the global African economy as well. A round of applause for him again one more time, please. Before we proceed, I would love to recognize the presence of some of the dignitaries that have joined us and some that have been present. I would like to recognize the CEO, MTN Group, Mr. Ralph Mupita. MD, CEO, Galaxy Backbone, ably represented by the Chief Information Security and Business Continuity Officer, Dr. Nasir Aliu Shinkafi. You're welcome. I would also like to recognize of the Managing Director, Shell Petroleum Development Company, and Chairman, Shell Companies in Nigeria, Mr. Osage Okumbo.
Once again, we recognize the presence of His Excellency, the Governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, as well as His Excellency, Governor of Jigawa State, Alhaji Umar Namadi. Thank you for joining us this morning. Thank you.
Finally, we recognize the presence of the Director General, CEO, Chief IT Officer of Nigeria, NIDA, Kashifu Inuwa Abdullahi.
Okay, so we can move straight to the first panel session of the day on before that, I'm sorry, forgive me. We'll take the presentation from Dr. Kiwumi Adesina, the President of the African Development Bank. Forgive me. I think what should happen next is the opening remarks by the publisher of Business, Frank Aigbugu.
Welcome, sir.
I'm getting so much ahead of myself. I'm so excited. I can't wait to hear from Dr. Kiwumi Adesina and the other speakers that we have this morning. So forgive me once again. Thank you, sir.
Don't worry, Lola, there's no staff evaluation today. Your Excellencies, the governors of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, and Jigawa State, Umar Namadi. Your Excellencies, ambassadors present, members of the diplomatic corps, our distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly delighted to welcome you this morning to the 2023 edition of Business Day's CEO Forum. Ever since we had our first CEO Forum in 2009, today's gathering is easily the grandest of all. I think it is fitting that we are meeting and having this summit this morning. Despite the challenges that we face as a country, hopes are high for a steady and much desired growth in the economy of Nigeria. Our chief cartoonist at Business Day had a cartoon out this morning, and it was a conversation between a father and the son. And the son, looking quite ragged, was asking the dad, "What's all this noise that I'm hearing? What's going on in Nigeria?" And the father says, "My son, it is optimism." And he says, "What is optimism?" He says, "I now see my empty car half full with petrol instead of half empty." We have carefully chosen as theme for this convening, charting a course to growth and development. You will all agree with me that Nigeria need wait no more to start to close the gap between the country's potential and its actual performance. In fact, when Professor Michael Porter spoke at our first CEO forum in 2009, he spoke of how he had longed for 20 years to come to Nigeria to make a contribution in helping to close the gap between Nigeria's potential and its actual performance. And we are still doing that today. As chief executives of respective businesses and government agencies, I believe we all have a duty not just to see that our respective organizations do well, but we must also give thoughts to how to move forward the national economy, which is indeed our primary market. Business Day seeks always to promote this cross-fertilization of ideas through its thought leadership interventions, of which the CEO Forum is the centerpiece. Every day on the pages of Business Day and on our various digital platforms, our editors put out groundbreaking, insightful stories and well-informed commentaries capable of stirring debate on social and economic issues while also interrogating policy and speaking out about the conduct and the quality of service offered by our regulators. Business Day has no apology for being the only voice several years ago to call for the abrogation of the notorious petrol subsidy. We are proud about our role in opposing the unorthodox foreign exchange management mechanism and the associated multiple exchange rate, which many of us believe brought the Nigerian economy, or at least contributed in bringing the Nigerian economy to its knees. When in 2017, the central bank established the I&E window, we were quick to commend the effort, and indeed, we adopted the I&E window and its concept as the best government policy of 2017. However, when those who created it began to destroy it and started to rig the foreign exchange market, we called them out without any equivocation. It is appropriate to cite at this time our fierce support for the privatization of Nigeria's power assets, even if, as you know, we are yet to see the sector come to full bloom. Often people ask me, do you regret supporting the privatization of the power sector, I say no, because I'm yet to see a better alternative. As part of this journey, we're encouraged to see the turnout this morning. In particular, we're excited to welcome in our midst two of our state governors who are here present, Governor Basaki and Governor Namadi. With significant jump in the amount that will be available for the federal allocation monthly, I think it will not be a surprise if we see Nigerians turn their focus to asking the governors, what are you doing with our money? And I can assure you, Business Day will lead in that charge. I am aware, however, that the process of turning the subsidy removal and the adjustment in foreign exchange rate into more naira revenues for the states will take a while, especially given the fact that NMPC says it's owed 2.8 trillion. I would imagine that the initial collection of savings from subsidy will go, if not wholly, but partly, to solving or closing that hole. But for our governors who are here, I think it would be good if you indeed have a strong plan and a strategy to turn this new cash into actual development for the people of Nigeria. We are very grateful for the honor done to us by our keynote speakers who have made great sacrifices to be with us this morning. Our profound appreciation goes to Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group, whose rather punishing travel schedule I have become acquainted with lately. In fact, when he came in this morning, I asked him, how do you manage to travel so wide, so often, and yet look so remarkably calm? He has chosen this morning to speak about the day the lion roared, making Nigeria a global industrial and economic giant. I urge you all to stay tuned. I also want to offer our special thanks to Raf Mupita, the Group President and Chief Executive of MTN Group, who at no time left us in any doubt about his presence here this morning. I saw photographs of him with the president last week, our own president, that is. And I said, what does this mean? Is he going to come back again to Lagos days after? But he's here. And I'm sure you can ask him why he's running away from South Africa. Did you see the snow? Welcome to very warm Lagos, Raf. This morning, Mr. Mupita will speak on building a digital economy for Nigeria. I must, at this point, express our sincere appreciation to MTN Nigeria. I see that not only is the group president here, the Nigerian unit chairman is also here, Mr. Enes Ndukwe, and so is my friend Carl, who is the managing director of MTN Nigeria. Why am I so profuse in appreciating MTN? When we gathered in 2009 for our first CEO forum, it was sponsored by MTN Nigeria. And ever since, MTN stands shoulder to shoulder with us annually as we stage our CEO forum. Well, to our other keynote speaker, Mr. Osagi Ogumbo, who is making his way here. He has an international team that he's having to take around, but surely will be joining us to speak on the global energy landscape and implications on the future of Nigeria's energy sector. A list of panelists for the 4 sessions that will follow is in the program that you have. We have already listened at the start of our session this morning to Dr. Yemi Kale speak so eloquently about the economy and what to expect from it. I'm sure you will agree with me that he acquitted himself. In and out of government, Dr. Kale remains always candid and forthright. I thank you, sir. You know, for those who are familiar with the Bible, contained in the Chronicles of Israel or of Judah. So if there is anything that I haven't said this morning, I ask you to look into the program that you have, where we have very elaborately spoken about what Business Day stands for. So let me now end my welcome by acknowledging the support of all of our sponsors this morning. For without their generous support, we will not be able to hold such a grand event. Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you will enjoy your stay with us today for an all-session of leadership development, knowledge sharing, and top-level networking. God bless you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you, sir. Please join me once again to celebrate our visionary leader, the publisher, Business Day Media. All right. We have a constant inflow of degrees today at the CEO Forum, and we're thoroughly honored by it. We would like to recognize a few more people before we continue with the program. Mr. Julius Roney, CEO, UTM Offshore. You're welcome. We would like to recognize also the CEO, Seplat Energy PLC, represented by the General Manager, Sustainability Seplat, Mrs. Grace Amadi. Welcome, madam. Finally, we would like to recognize the CEO, All On Energy, Mrs. Caroline Ibumbu. Welcome.
You're all welcome. Without wasting much time, we would now invite His Excellency, the Governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, for his presentation on building Edo State into an industrial, commercial, and investment hub. A round of applause, please. Louder, please. Thank you.
Beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, you're the heartbeat of Nigeria. Beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, stars are singing over you.
Your Excellency, my brother, Noah Namadi, Governor, Jigawa State, our very own our very own Dr. Additional of the African Development Bank, the publisher, Business Day, Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a homecoming for me. Just a few apologies. Sorry, I'm wearing dark glasses. I have to moderate the amount of light coming into my retina. I want to start by thanking Business Day for inviting me. It's homecoming. Maybe they want me to come and give account of my stewardship in the last 6.5, 7 years in Edo State, which I will gladly do. But more importantly, to see how some of the themes I will be touching on today will essentially set the tone for the broader conversation which Dr. Adeshina is going to lead about how to get the lion to roar, how to grow our economy, because without which we will continue to suboptimize our continent. Can I have the slides on? Yes. So this morning I'm just going to quickly go through several slides, and please permit me to spend about 5 minutes over the 15 minutes allocated. Edo State, like I said, is an exemplar for Nigeria. It can be compared to 24 other states, 5 million people. The difference here is we're highly urbanized. About 70% of our population is spread across 3 major cities. We have a very vibrant youth population like the country has. We have, fairly large amount of land, but the difference here is quite varied because we have a landmass spans swamp, rainforests, and the Sahel. The unique advantage, the Edo advantage, which we continue to happen, is that if you put a pin in Benin City, within a 3-hour radius, there are 70 million people. That tells a closeness to our markets. And in terms of location, and location is everything. You can't go from the east to the west or to the south-south without going through the state. So with these advantages, just like our country has so many other advantages, we have tried to leverage as a state in terms of fostering growth. For us, what we've tried to do is just lay our whole policy on investment growth and industrialization on a few key pillars. First, ensuring that we focus on the engine of government, the bureaucracy. Because if government does not work, the economy will not work. We've to focus on developing talent, because it's all about people. That's why we're government. The economy is not going to run on its own. People have to drive the economy. We've looked at policies that support business. We've also looked at providing infrastructure, core infrastructure. And our emphasis, as I'll show in a few slides, have been on digital infrastructure. And this, I'll say last but not the least, is creating an environment of law, order, and security. So what have we done in the last 6-7 years? We've essentially tried to rebuild our bureaucracy. We've re-engineered our civil service. Those pictures there are just pictures of some of our offices. Our offices compare with any corporate offices. The offices our civil servants work out of compare with any corporate offices any of you work out of in Lagos. But what's been unique is we've tried to use technology for governance. I made a promise that I'll be the last governor in Edo State that will work with paper files. So we're moving the whole platform digital. We've also focused on improving the systems and processes, because the civil service we inherited from the British, while it has been radically improved in places like Australia and even in the UK, we remain stagnant. So what we've tried to do is, in Edo, is to just look at our processes end to end and see how first you can, to refresh them, but also to digitize them. So for then people, we focused on training, 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 and also kept our eyes on how we recruit, to try and depoliticize recruitment. And it's not a very popular thing to do politically, but make sure that the core of the civil service is now recruited on a merit-based system. And I'm sure you heard, any Edo kid who has a first class anywhere in the world has an automatic employment in the Edo civil service. Immediately they graduate. We've also focused on business-friendly policies. We looked at, taking advantage of the federal government, social investment tax credit, and a few of our partners have, come to invest and building roads. We've looked at some of our laws. We've created a tourism master plan, and today we're working on a 30-year development plan and a 30-year master plan for Benin City and a regional plan for the state. For us, it's about people, focusing on talent. And we realized that the foundational learning was very, very weak. And we saw this when we had to deal with the issue of human trafficking. So our emphasis over the last 6 years has been to strengthen foundational learning, because without that, you cannot build anything else in terms of developing talent. And we've looked again at the entire educational policy, which is really unfortunate. Maybe it's just an opportunity to let you know that the biggest challenge we have in Nigeria today is a dysfunctional educational system. Because 25 years ago, we changed the education policy into a 6334 system, but we did not align that change to the realities. So take, for instance, after a child leaves primary 6, the child is supposed to go into junior school, at least in the public school system. The junior school and the senior schools, in most cases, still operate within the same premises. In the meantime, the governing structure for the junior school is UBEC, federal, whereas the governing structure for the senior school is the state. They don't talk to each other. So what we found is that the drop-off ratio between primary 6, P6, and SS1 is over 50% on average across the country. And that's what you see on the streets with these alaye boys and people who haven't gone to school. And until we begin to focus on that, we'll have a major crisis in terms of developing talent and manpower. So we focused on, for us, it's like less certificate, more handwork. Let's focus on technical education. So we've revamped our colleges of agriculture, colleges of nursing sciences, colleges of technical college, and the colleges of education. And we're trying to affiliate them. And the thinking is, look, we don't have a problem you traveling. We like to travel, but to get a certificate and we're making sure that whatever our trainings are of international standard, so if you have to travel, you don't go out irregularly and illegally. Like I said, we're supporting vocational education because there's a huge population of kids who have fallen through the cracks, but they are talented. So we're partnering with various companies in the area of technology. We have a program with Decagon where we're training kids in software, computing, and engineering. In terms of entertainment, we're working with a lot of producers. In fact, this year alone, we're shooting in excess of over 20 or 30 Nollywood movies in Benin because we've created the infrastructure for artists and producers to come. Next slide. But more importantly, for business, we've been working with the private sector on infrastructure. As you all recall, about 8-9 years ago, we worked with a group of investors to build the Azura 450 megawatt plant, which was next door to an existing NIPP plant, which has a capacity of 150 megawatts. And from that experience, we were able to reach out to other investors because those two power plants don't supply power into the state, they supply power into the grid. But from the experience garnered, we then worked with another investor, and today we have a 95 megawatt plant, power generating facility, 30 kilometers from the city center, from one of the NNPC oil fields that's supplying about generating 95 megawatts. And that experience and push has made us one of the frontier states in electricity reform in Nigeria. So today, Edo State has its own electricity regulatory agency where we can now license people who want to generate, distribute electricity into our state. We're also very, very gung-ho on technology. We are working with companies like Main One and now IHS have swapped right of way for fiber optic connections. And today, I believe Edo is the most connected state digitally in Nigeria. We have, by October this year, we will have completed 1,600 kilometers of fiber optic connections to all the local governments in the state. And by Q1 next year, we expect to construct another 300 kilometers linking almost all our secondary schools and our primary healthcare centers. So I'm so glad that the managing director of MTN is here, because I'd been thinking, how do I reach out to him? Because I need him to give me bandwidth. In the area of law and order and security, we've done well. The state we met is no longer the state it is. I know that if you ask people, what about, what do you know about Edo State? It used to be the kidnapping capital of this country. Today, we are in control of law and order, and just working with the communities, investing in the communities, giving them the resources. We've drastically reduced the incidence of violent crimes. You recall the train kidnap in Edo State, and within 72 hours we were able to resolve it because we have those structures in place. So, just to round up, for us, just like the country, there's so many advantages we have and share as a country. And the key is, how do you lean on those advantages? And what we have done is to look at the 5 areas we think we have very, very strong advantage, and have tried to attract private sector partners into those areas. First, in terms of industry, I want to thank Dr. Adeshina. He may not know this. When he was Minister for Agriculture, you commissioned a company to design 6 agricultural parks, Mahindra, out of Chennai. When you left office, I ran into them. I went to them in Chennai, and I didn't have the kind of money you had to pay them. But I used the fact that you had paid them so much to negotiate a very good deal with them. And they came back and designed for me 3 facilities. First, the Benin Industrial Park. Next slide. Benin Industrial Park, then they also did something for our film village. That's the Benin Enterprise Park. It's almost 1,000 hectares. It's next door to the Osiomo plant. So we have gas, we have electricity. It's close to Cocoa Port. And today, the first phase has already been committed, about 50 hectares by the Nigerian Local Content Development Board. And we're working with other developers to see how we can expand interest and investments in, because it's a no-brainer. The land is there, there's power, there's electricity, and there's water. We have subsequently also attracted, investors in the areas of modular refinery, because since we have gas assets that are landlocked, just get them in there and put the refineries and utilize the feedstock. So we have 2 modular refineries in Edo State, one that we partnered with the Chinese on, and another that the Local Content Board has also supported. Next slide. We, like I said, are very gung-ho on technology. So we've partnered with Decagon and a few other companies, and today we've graduated the 6th cohort from our temporary site of our tech park, and we're commencing the development of a permanent site of the tech park in the next Q4. That's the permanent site. The design is ready, and the infrastructure work on the 25-hectare purpose-built industrial park. Our goal is to ensure that we, in the next 3 to 5 years, produce nothing less than 5,000 software engineers in Edo State. We're looking at Estonia. We don't see any reason why a state like Estonia, a country like Estonia that has less than 2 million people, the population of Edo State, is taking so much digital business globally. Those are the kind of countries we're looking at to compete with. We're also pushing retail, with building retail, with working with ShopRite, commissioning our first major shopping mall, about 60 shops with everybody. But what's different here is that we're also going to have a library in the mall. Next slide. But this we're very excited about, because this is what makes Edo different. When you talk about the Edo advantage, what Edo has that nobody else has on the continent is our culture. So we've been working hard with various groups on returns of our artifacts. But what beyond the returns, we're saying, let us, when you come to our state, then you must see our culture. So we're redesigning the city center into a cultural district, about 10 hectares within the city center, that's housing museums. We have the National Museum. We have the Museum of West African Arts, which the designs are ready. We also are talking about the Royal Museum. And work has started on the cultural district, which we expect to be ready by the first quarter next year. In fact, the pavilion, the storage facilities for the artifacts that have been returned is currently being built, and we expect that's it. And these will store, most of the works that are coming. But more importantly, for the first time in 60 years, there's massive archaeological works currently going on in the city now to just for more finds, and we expect that we'll be able to store them. We have the storage facilities for them. Lastly, our goal has been to de-risk agriculture. For us as a government, our business is not business, not doing business. It's not to compete with the private sector. It's to support the private sector. And so the way we've approached it is to help with land acquisition. And beyond helping you acquire land, we actually engage the communities using our political networks to make sure that you're able to have access to the land that's been allocated. And then support manpower training. We're building a College of Agriculture in which our agricultural partners are members of the governing council of that school, so that they can help us define the programs they require, the quality and type of manpower for their use. Our priority crops are oil palm. We have the largest oil palm program, or one of the big oil palm program on the continent. So we've allocated 62,000 hectares and to about 7 companies. They are currently cultivating, and we are going to go through another lot this year for another 60,000 hectares. So just talking to the Indonesian ambassador here, I said, well, we've been to them to talk with them and to see how we can collaborate in terms of manpower development. Next slide. Yes, this is a very interesting project with another partner. It's going to be ready by Q4, and it's an industrial scale ethanol plant out of cassava. We gave the allocation for land for cassava cultivation, which is already done, and also the land for the construction of a 400 metric ton per day cassava plant in Olobo. That's ready, and it's something we're very, very happy and proud of. Key, yes, I told Dr. Additional that we are the second largest market for second-hand vehicles in Nigeria during the last presentation, and it says, oh, wow. Then our carbon footprint, we will have to do something about our carbon footprint. We already are doing something about our carbon footprint. We see forestry as a major resource. We unfortunately suffered massive deforestation, but we are working with a lot of agencies to see how we can get capital into reforestation. I want to launch one of the most aggressive reforestation programs on the continent. We are starting with about 10,000 hectares this year, and I'm hoping that we should be able to recover another 200,000 hectares of forests in the next 5 years. And then lastly, you must have all seen in the news this week that after almost 70 years of talking about rebuilding our ports, don't forget, in the 14th century we had a port. The Portuguese came to Edo State to trade with us, and there was a port. They landed somewhere, they were able to evacuate it somewhere. But somehow we lost it. And for the last 70 years we were thinking, how do we rebuild the ports, using the Bight of Benin and the Benin River. And we finally were able to, after 5 years of work, get a preferred bidder to come in to work with us. That's Motor Engil Africa, to work with us to build the Benin River port, which will be one of the closest ports to the belly of Nigeria, to the middle of Nigeria. Designs have been done, and we expect that we should commence construction before Q1 next year. We are, like I said, a hub, so there's a lot of traffic, particularly trailer traffic that goes across our state, and we're investing in trailer transit parks. We currently have 2 investors working on, and we expect that once they've done these as samples, we're holding companies like Dangote and Boa, who have production facilities in the state. We're getting them to commit to ensure that we have the logistics facilities to handle their transactions. So, thank you. I have a whole list of partners who've been working with us over the last 6 years. I believe that some of you are here, and the list just goes on and on. And if your name is not here, then please, you're missing out. And this is an opportunity to come on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We just listened to him talk about the fantastic investment opportunities in Edo State. Refreshing to hear. For me, it's important to listen to presentations like this because if you ask me, I feel like Lagos and Abuja ought to be challenged. They seem to corner all of the investments. I'll give you an example. In the first quarter of 2023, Nigerian states attracted $1.13 billion. And between Lagos and Abuja, 98%. So Lagos and Abuja accounted for 98% of the total amount of foreign investment that came into Nigeria in the first quarter of 2023. So if you ask me, I think we need to hear more states talk about the investment opportunities so that they can also start to attract investment. So that's
I agree,
good.
Olade.
Thank you very much, sir, for that.
Thank you, sir. Again, as the governor said, this is an investment opportunity for those funds that have been coming in and focusing only on Lagos and Abuja. So next up, for the next 10 minutes, we would love to invite His Excellency, the Governor of Jigawa State, Alhaji Umar Namadi, for a goodwill message.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State, Mr. Godwin Obaseki, Your Excellency, the Ambassador, Republic of Indonesia, the publisher, Business Day newspaper, the President of African Development Bank, Mr. Adewumi, and the former and revolutionary Minister of Agriculture, former revolutionary, and then the Group President of MTM, other CEOs here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon or good morning. Well, in the first instance, I want to thank Business Day newspaper for being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years. I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue. I also want to appreciate the fact that I was invited to be here as a guest of honor. This I consider as a privilege, which I hold dear to my heart. I once more thank you very much for the invitation. Now, going by the themes of these years, which is charting course for growth and development, and looking at the expert that has been assembled to give lectures, and the number of CEOs that are here, I'm very sure that at the end of today's session, we'll all be convinced that this expert will share their experience, they will share their knowledge, and they will share their expertise. And at the end of it all, we'll certainly going to have an outcome that will be useful for growth and development of this country. So I think it's a good assembly of experts here. Now, so many things has been said, but looking at the macroeconomic environment in this country, which we say is not good enough, because the environment is characterized by high rate of inflation. Also, the mounting debt profile at both the center and also at the subnational level is also something that is worrisome. Also, the unemployment rate, especially among the youth, is too high. The same thing with the level of poverty, especially at the subnational level. So, looking at these issues and problems, then it is pertinent, incumbent in CEOs and those that are charged with responsibilities to be strategic and be innovative and be able to take bold decisions that will change this phenomenon. Therefore, I believe the president of this nation has demonstrated that ability to take a bold step and is ready to transform the economy of this country for a better. Now, maybe going to the subnational level and also going by the topic, the theme, which is charting a course for growth and development. Now, in Jigawa State, I came in as a governor on the 29th of May, 2023. Therefore, when I came, I was part of the previous administration. I was the Commissioner of Finance. I was the Deputy Governor. So I was part of the previous administration before becoming a governor in May 2023. So I have a clear understanding of the problem on ground in Jigawa State. At the same time, I have a clear vision of what I need to do to deal with those problems. And therefore, based on that, we are able to chart to bring about 12-point agendas for Greater Jigawa. And these agendas cover the areas of health, education, agriculture, economy, youth employment, and so many other things. They were strategically drawn to ensure that at the end of it, we hope and pray that Jigawa State will be great. As part of our policies to ensure the execution of these agendas, we are very strategic and careful in selecting those that we will work with, which we believe is first step. So those that we will work with, we selected them carefully, and we make sure that they are professional in their own field and in their own right. And each of these commissioners, 16 of them, we have given each one of them the copy of this 12-point agenda. And all these agendas, in each one of them, we have clearly put out the KPIs that are very clear. The KPIs on each of the agendas is very clear. And we also design a monitoring system, monitoring and evaluation system that will check the implementation of these agendas. So I want to assure the publisher of Business Days newspaper that Jigawa State has already designed a course, has charting a course for the growth and development of Jigawa State. And finally, based on the number of CEOs that are here, we are very sure and certain that the outcome of this year's deliberation will certainly be great and will certainly contribute not only to the growth and development of this country, but also will provide a means and ideas that will be used by people at the subnational level and also at the national level. So once more, I congratulate Business Days for continuity in organizing this forum, and I wish all the participants a very successful deliberation. Thank you very much.
A round of applause one more time for His Excellency, the Governor of Jigawa State. So we're running quickly through our program, and up next is our first keynote speaker. Our first keynote speaker needs no introduction, but he absolutely deserves one. He is often described as Africa's optimist in chief. He has an excellent academic record up to the postgraduate level. In his illustrious career, he has been at the helm of several corporate and ministerial organizations. He has also been recognized with numerous awards, and most recently, he has been conferred with the World Food Prize, also known as the Nobel Prize for Agriculture, in 2017. Currently, he serves as the president of the African Development Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Dr. Akinwumi A. Adesina.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, my dear brother, Governor Obaseki, the governor of Edo State, thank you for an amazing presentation. It's good to have governors that work with vision and that can execute. Your Excellency, Umar Namadi, governor of Jigawa State, thank you very much. And what you all may not know is also into rice, and he owns something that is called Damodi rice. And when I was minister and we were driving agricultural revolution, my wife always went to Sahad. She always went to make sure that she could find all the various types of packages of rice that were being milled. And one day she walked in and she said to me, I found a small pack. Of course, we had all the big things called Damodi rice. And it was packaged in 1 kg bag and 5 kg bags. And I remember at that time I was supporting the importers and trying to turn them into local producers and millers of rice. And we had given them allocations to bring in brown rice and polish it, but based on the half of your milling capacity. And then, of course, as that reduced, then your local production should be going up. And I remember giving letters to so many of them, and one day 4 of them came to my office, and they said, Honorable Minister, we did not ask for anything. We got these letters giving us allocations. We wanted to make sure that this was not 419. And one of them was Damodi. And I said, no, it's not 419. I signed them myself. Just continue to do it, make Nigeria proud. And now I didn't realize that rice can make you a governor. That's the kind of agriculture I want. Well done, Your Excellency. That's right. Your Excellency, Ambassador of Indonesia, and other excellencies here. My dear brother Frank Aibogun, the chair and the founder of Business Day. Raf Maputa, the group president of MTN, a keynote speaker to us today. Of course, Osagi Okombo, the managing director and chairman of Shell Companies of Nigeria, and also a keynote speaker. And I want to recognize former Honorable Minister Oke and Mala. Thank you very much. It's good to see you again. The single CEOs, private sector leaders, the single ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. I wish to start by congratulating Business Day for this year's CEO Forum. Thank you for inviting me to deliver a keynote lecture at this event. I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day. My hearty congratulations to the publisher, Frank Aibogun, for his vision to establish Business Day, to the board of directors and all the editors and staff for your excellent work. This year's forum is happening at an important moment in time. With a new government in office and the palpable yearnings of Nigerians for a better and a more prosperous future. That prosperous future can only be assured by strongly supporting a robust private sector to unlock wealth that in turn will lift everyone in Nigeria. And time is not on our side. The number of Nigerians living in extreme poverty is increasing at an alarming rate. The World Poverty Clock for 2023 showed that 71 million Nigerians are living in extreme poverty. Let me be clear. There is no market for poverty. Why specialize in it? I want to be clear, therefore, from the onset, Nigeria should not be and never be a poor country. And Nigerians are simply tired of being poor. Nigeria must decisively shift from managing poverty to managing wealth. It is time to make poverty history in Nigeria. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the title of my lecture today is The Day the Lion Roared, making Nigeria a global industrial and economic giant. And I am sure many of you have watched the popular and award-winning Disney movie, The Lion King. In the movie, the young lion cub Simba learns to grow up and eventually take over his role as king after his father was murdered by his uncle, Scar. Simba survives countless challenges and traps. He learns also to listen to the wise counsel of Rafiki, which, by the way, means friend in Swahili. Rafiki inspires Simba and explains that the spirit of his great father lived in him. Simba will eventually grow up to become the Lion King that he was destined to become, and will go on to rule the kingdom and restore its glory. The film cost $45 million to make, but grossed over $11.6 billion by 2019. In the process, becoming the most successful animated film ever made. Nigeria, like the cub Simba, has great promise. But the promise is yet to be realized. The day that Nigeria wakes up and becomes a Lion King, everything will change for its people. Everything will change for all of Africa. Along the way, there will be several Rafikis, sincere friends, whose only agenda is to inspire, motivate, and encourage it to be the new king. So take me today as a Rafiki. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for now, Nigeria is developing too slowly and well below its potential. The challenge is that the Lion King in the making, based on its capacity and potential, must learn how to roar. The key to unleashing Nigeria's lionhood, if I may use that phrase, is engineering an industrial revolution, the likes of which we have not seen before. It must be deliberate and intentional. With the share of manufacturing in Nigeria's GDP has been hovering around 7% for decades, the nation has not been able to extricate itself from the comatose of industrial manufacturing sector. The performance of the manufacturing sector in the past 5 years has been poor. Take between 2015 and 2017, the sector declined by minus 1.5%, minus 4.3%, and minus 0.2%, respectively. Now that's in sharp contrast to the dynamic and rapid performance of manufacturing in Asian countries, such as Singapore, Malaysia, India, and China. While Asia has focused on the export of manufactured products, Nigeria's approach has been on import substitution. The manufacturing sector of Nigeria represents only 3% of total revenue from exports, but accounts for 50% of imports into the country. Instead of being forward-looking in expanding the share of manufactured goods in the total export revenue, Nigeria focuses on an unsustainable model of import substitution. Don't get me wrong, import substitution, while important, is a very restrictive vision. It is focused primarily on survival. Instead of looking to create wealth through greater export markets and value diversification. The result is a manufacturing sector that cannot develop to its full potential, nor complete globally. Rather, it is limited to a survival mode and not a global manufacturing growth mode. Nigeria should have a great ambition for its manufacturing sector by shifting towards being integrated into and moving up global and regional value chains, especially in areas of comparative advantage, specialization, and competitiveness. A well-developed and policy-enabled manufacturing sector with an export orientation will spur greater innovation, accelerate business and investment-friendly industrial policies to drive export market development and structural transformation of the economy. Let us take the example of Vietnam, a nation at war for 20 years with the United States. Despite challenges, it quickly mimicked successful Asian countries, such as South Korea, by pushing into relatively complex product categories and horizontally diversifying through processing of agricultural products. Its exports in 2020 was very well diversified, with electrical manufacturing, electrical machinery and equipment earning it a whopping $153 billion. Machinery, including computers, earned it $24 billion. Footwear, $24 billion. Clothing and accessories, $16 billion approximately, among others. In total, Vietnam's export in 2020 was a whopping $348 billion. Now, according to Financial Times report a few days ago, it says, and I quote, Vietnam's export-led growth pulled millions of people out of poverty in the last 30 years. Malaysia achieved vertical diversification from an agricultural base of rubber and palm oil. It invested heavily in high-tech sectors, such as electronics. In 2020, its biggest exports by value were in the electronic integrated circuits, refined petroleum oils, palm oil, vulcanized rubber and accessories, and solar diodes and semiconductors. Its export values in 2020 depended on electrical machinery and equipment, $86.6 billion. Mineral oils, fuels including oil, $25.5 billion. Machinery including computers, $20.2 billion. Animal, vegetable oils and waxes, $13.5 billion. And rubber articles, $11.2 billion, among others. In total, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia's exports in 2020 was valued at $234 billion. By contrast, Nigeria's exports in 2020 were dominated by mineral fuels, including oil, valued at $29.7 billion, which accounted for 89% of the country's exports. Nigeria's total export value was a mere $33.5 billion. Now, that is 1/10 of Vietnam's. That dollar amount of Nigeria's export represents a minus 3.6% decrease since 2016 and a drop of 37.5% between 2019 and 2020. Interestingly, Nigeria's imports, dominated by machinery, including computers, mineral fuels, including oil, vehicles, electrical machinery and equipment, pharmaceuticals, plastics, and so on, are all what Vietnam and Malaysia are exporting. And worse, Nigeria imports mineral fuels, which it should be producing as a leading crude oil exporting nation. It imports crude, it exports crude, it imports refined products. A befuddling irony indeed. Here is another wake-up and disturbing statistic. In 1990, Malaysia's exports totaled $32.8 billion, meaning that Nigeria today is where Malaysia was 30 years ago in terms of export revenue performance. And so what's the message here? While Nigeria's export basket has hardly changed, Malaysia and Vietnam have used aggressive horizontal and vertical industrial manufacturing diversification to move from low-value products to high-valued market products. The result is seen in the comparative wealth of these three countries. While export value per capita is 7,100 for Malaysia and 3,600 for Vietnam, it is a mere $160 for Nigeria. While Malaysia and Vietnam move to global manufacturing growth, creating massive wealth and jobs for themselves, Nigeria remains in survival mode, still unable to substitute the imports of its petroleum products, while being one of the largest exporters of crude oil. African countries, including Nigeria, have had policies, templates, and programs for industrialization, of course, and expanding industrial manufacturing for decades. But there is a huge gap between policy ideas and actions. Today, capacity utilization of factories in Nigeria hovers around 40% compared to a desired 70%. The reality, in view of several challenges facing the industrial manufacturing sector, is that firms are moving to other neighboring countries where there is greater macroeconomic stability, more supporting enabling environments, and a better ease of doing business. To be a manufacturer in Nigeria is not an easy venture. You succeed not because of the ease of doing business, but by surmounting several constraints that limit industrial manufacturing. In short, it is not the ease of doing business. It is the pain of doing business. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the major challenge facing the industry in Nigeria is the very high cost and unreliability of the supply of electricity. And I want to commend you, Governor Obaseki, for what you've done to say that you have over 1,000 plus. And of course, we were very happy to support Azura, and that's a great thing. And I'm glad also that the governor of Jigawa is here. And the governor of Jigawa, if I might have your attention, it might help you. We actually have on our books, I chair the board of Africa 50. We have on our books something called Jigawa Solar, to build 1,000 megawatts of solar in Jigawa. But it's been on the books for 6 years. I hope now that Damodi has become governor, we will do the 1,000 megawatt solar for Jigawa. Load shedding and unreliable power have made the cost of manufacturing extremely prohibitive and uncompetitive. most of the manufacturing companies self-provide energy through a reliance on expensive generators and diesel and heavy fuel oil. The polluting emissions make them brown industries, not green industries, and we should pay attention to this. The EU just launched what's going to be the EU carbon border tax. And so unless we are greening the energy supply systems, you're going to face very high tariffs in the EU because we are not greening our energy supply systems. It's been estimated that by the IMF that Nigeria loses $29 billion, 5.8% of its annual GDP, due to a lack of energy and unreliable power supplies. Also, according to the IMF, Nigeria spends $14 billion per year on generators and fuel. The lack of electricity is killing Nigerian industries. Recent surveys by the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria indicate that industries spend 93.1 billion naira on alternative energy in 2018, and they lose $10 trillion due to power failure. The fact is, no business can survive in Nigeria without power generators. To put this in revenue perspective, the annual total revenue of the government of Nigeria last year was 10 trillion naira. So the industrial sector loses the same revenue as the nation collects in 1 year. What an irony. What would have happened if the industries realized 10 trillion naira and pay taxes? At a conservative corporate tax rate of 30%, that means the Nigerian government loses 3 trillion naira annually in taxes that it could have been collecting from the industries if it simply provided them with electricity. Sadly, this Rafiki will say, the abnormal has become normal. I went to see President El-Sisi of Egypt. In 2018, they had an energy deficit of 6,000 megawatts. In 2022, they had an energy generation surplus of 20,000 megawatts. So what's it? Let's power up. If we power up, we will be an incredible nation in terms of unlocking our potential. Let the abnormal not go on being normal. Now, traveling on the road one day, Lagos-Ibadan Road, I saw an advertisement on a billboard that caught my attention. It was advertising generators with a bold statement: we are the nation's #1 reliable power supplier. Now compare that with the situation in South Korea, which has diversified its exports into high-value manufacturing. On a trip to South Korea to a company called KEPCO, Korea Electric Power Corporation, a few years ago, I was briefed, and I was told that they only have 2 minutes of power outage in the country. Not sure that I heard correctly. I had to ask them, is that per day, per hour, per week, per month, per quarter? The response was quick and resolute. 2 minutes per year. How can we compete with the likes of Korea, Malaysia, and Vietnam, unless Nigeria decisively tackles its energy deficiency and reliability? Its industries will remain uncompetitive. There should be, Your Excellencies, and all that are hearing me as a Rafiki today, I've always said, I'll live as a Nigerian. I'll die as a Nigerian. And on Resurrection Day, I'll ask God for permission, if possible, if I may come out with a green, white, green flag in my hand. But we are tired of being poor. There should therefore be massive investments in gas to power and to ensure stable baseload power for our industries. Hydropower sources are there massively. Large-scale solar systems preferential power supply to the industries, and to support industrial mini-grids that concentrate power in industrial zones. In addition, we should develop more efficient utilities, reducing technical and non-technical losses in power generation, transmission, and distribution systems. I'm glad to say the African Development Bank is investing heavily in Nigeria in support of the power sector. We provided $200 million for the Nigerian Electrification Project, designed to fill the electricity access gap in Nigeria. We have also invested $257 million in the Nigerian Transmission Project to strengthen power evacuation and regional interconnection. Today, we are investing $20 billion to develop what is called the Desert to Power, all across the Sahelian countries, all 11 countries, including all of northern Nigeria. And by the way, that includes Your Excellency, Jigawa and all the others, to provide electricity for 250 million people. Excellencies, we've done this at scale. If you look at Morocco, you have the New Ouarzazate, the largest concentrated solar power plant in the world. We financed that. If we can do that in Morocco, let's do that in Nigeria. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, industrial development is constrained by a poor state of transport, ports, and logistic infrastructure. It costs $35,000 to export 100 tons of produce from Nigeria, compared to just $4,000 in Ghana. About 90% of passenger and freight movements in Nigeria rely on roads, but only 18% of the roads are paved. Meanwhile, our seaports are gridlocked. Recently, the Financial Times reported that the congestion of the port in Lagos has become so bad that it could cost more than $4,000 to truck a container 20 kilometers inland. That is almost as much it would cost to ship a container 12,000 nautical miles to China. What an irony. Here Nigeria can learn from Morocco. The African Development Bank supported Morocco to develop what's called the Tangier Med port. This port has 1,100 companies around it. They exported $8 billion worth of goods in 2020. Global companies are located there: Bosch, Daimler, Huawei, Siemens, and several others. It's allowed Morocco to move up the global value chains, including in automobiles, automotive parts. And thank you very much for your presentation. Let me look at the name of, who is the guy? Etop Ikwe. Where is Etop? Yeah, great, really. I think that's fantastic. Put your hands for me. It was fantastic. I was very happy when I heard that. Morocco manufactures 460,000 vehicles from that port. And the bulk of the capacity for it are Moroccans. They have very smart Nigerians like him and others. I took a walk in that port one day with my wife. I thought they were on vacation. It's nobody. Just haulers, just things moving. It was quite amazing. Everything moving like a synchronized maze with incredible efficiency. There were no kilometers of trucks waiting to go to the port. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, we should move away from the usual Gestapo-type approaches of raiding ports, deploying soldiers to decongest ports, and even vehicular traffic into and out of ports. Ports are not military zones. They are zones for economic and industrial transformation. We should not be decongesting ports, therefore, in Nigeria. We should be transforming ports. This must start with cleaning up all the administrative bottlenecks, most of which are, of course, unnecessary, with multiple agencies at the ports, high transaction costs, and even plain extortion. Illegal taxes, which, of course, doesn't go to the pockets of government, the pockets of very corrupt officials. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the African Continental Free Trade Area is here with a collective GDP of $3.3 trillion and offers enormous opportunities for Nigeria to drive an export-driven industrial manufacturing pathway. Nigeria can unlock its industrial manufacturing capacities by taking advantage of duty-free exports within the zone. Doing so requires decisively tackling infrastructure and logistic bottlenecks that hamper industrial capacity and competitiveness. Establishing and enforcing quality and standards, and ensuring access of industries to land and providing investors with relations management like Governor Obaseki just explained in the incredible work that they are doing in Edo State. With the African Continental Free Trade Area, Nigeria will face steeper competition on the establishment of industrial manufacturing platforms. With rising wages in China and other Asian countries, as they move from labor-intensive industries to more knowledge-intensive industries, they will continue to outshore their light manufacturing industries. The so-called flying geese model is on the rise. As Asian giants outsource their manufacturing capacities to new industrial manufacturing platforms with lower labor costs, from where they can launch into regional and global markets. The newly constructed $19 billion Dangote petrochemical fertilizer complex, of course, it is the world's largest ammonia plant in his own free trade zone with a new deep sea port, is exactly the kind of massive infrastructural and industrial manufacturing that is needed to make Nigeria a regional and global player in diesel, aviation, fuel, and fertilizer value chains. Congratulations to Aliko Dangote. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the future benefits those who anticipate and prepare for it. Nigerians must look now beyond the industries of today to the industries of the future and develop a clear plan and capacity to compete in smart industries that will become the main drivers of global economies. The fourth industrial revolution, based on automation, robotics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data computing, 3D printing, and additive manufacturing, are rapidly transforming industrial manufacturing around the world. Nigeria must therefore enhance its readiness to transition to digitized and smart manufacturing. The rising use of robotics in manufacturing is leading to a rethink in the structure of global value chains. This will pose challenges for Nigeria in its drive to attract talent to be competitive in labor-intensive light manufacturing. As capital costs continue falling faster than labor costs, developed countries are shifting towards a reliance on industrial robots for manufacturing. As such, competition will become tougher in global value chains, as robots could wipe out the labor cost advantages that Africa has today to provide. Developed countries with high labor costs have previously outsourced or outshored their manufacturing to low-wage countries for labor-intensive manufacturing. But now, with declining costs of cognitive robots, the labor cost advantage of Africa will be reduced. As these countries are now restructuring their models by reshoring previously outsourced manufacturing capacities back to their own countries. Dear friends, the future of manufacturing will be digital. The global digital economy is estimated to be worth $16 trillion. The Internet of Things will raise the productivity of labor in manufacturing, deploy smart machines, manufacturing platforms and systems, connect machines and people, and use machine learning and artificial intelligence to improve speed and efficiencies of complex manufacturing processes. That future is already here. It's time to reimagine industrial manufacturing in Nigeria. It is time for rapid investment in digital skills for manufacturing. And I'm glad what you were doing there in Edo State, producing 5,000 of those folks by 2025. Retooling workers, vocational training, digitization of industrial processes, and investments in digital infrastructure and enabling environment. It is time to prepare more students in sciences, technology, engineering, mathematics, and computer sciences. It is time, and I don't know if we have, I'm sure you have the officers of the Nigerian Manufacturers Associations here. It's time for the Nigerian Manufacturers Association to establish industrial digital skills academies and link them to universities and technology innovation hubs. It is time for the federal and state governments to make massive investments in digital infrastructure to support learning and skills development for global labor markets. I read recently a report just 3 days ago. It's called the 2023 Global Skills Report, published by Coursera. It assesses 100 countries in terms of their preparedness, in terms of skills in business, analytics, data sciences for their populations. The finding was quite depressing for Nigeria. 100 countries listed. Nigeria was the first from the bottom. That's not where to be. And it reminded me of a situation of a mother whose kid came home. And he was always scoring 11% in every exam. And this day, the kid came home and scored 90%. And the mother said, "What in the world happened? What did you do? Why did you put a 0 behind the 9? And the mother said, "I'll beat the daylight out of you, and you're going to tell me the truth." And of course, when she started beating up the kid said, "I'll own up, I'll fess up on this. And sorry, I didn't put 0 behind the 9. I put 9 in front of the 0. It is quite disturbing. The leading countries in Africa in that report, Rwanda, Egypt, and Morocco, Nigeria fell way behind war-torn Somalia. This is shocking. With rapid rise in micro-tooling to develop skills for current and emerging industries, there is an urgent need for radical recalibration of business, analytics, technology, and data science skills, among all other skills, by local, regional, and global industries. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to fix this problem, I recommend that Nigeria establishes skills enhancement zones. These will be new zones in partnerships with industries, dedicated exclusively to skilling up Nigeria's workforce. Students should be exposed to skills delivered by different industries. This will build up vertical and horizontal skills across different industries, reduce labor market skills mismatch that many industries face, and create feedback by private sector industries into the curriculum of universities and colleges. The skills enhancement zones can be developed through industry partnerships at the national level and with your excellencies, the governors, at the state levels. At the African Development Bank, we are helping to do Skill Up for Nigeria digitally. Together with the Agence Française de Développement and also the Islamic Development Bank, we are implementing $618 million program that's called IDICE. It's called Investing in Digital and Creative Industries, to develop digital and creative industries. And Governor of Edo State mentioned that in Edo State, this IDICE program will help to create 6 million jobs and add $6.3 billion to Nigeria's economy. The African Development Bank is also currently working with central banks and countries to design and support the establishment of youth entrepreneurship investment banks. Look, I go around, talk to African presidents. People tell me we have youth empowerment programs. Yeah? Well, how come I'm not seeing many young people walk to me and say they've been empowered? I think a lot of our youth empowerment programs simply empowers those that say they are empowering young people. The young people don't need that kind of empowerment. They need investment. That's the best asset we have. And that's why we are, as a bank, working to create these youth entrepreneurship investment banks. There will be new financial institutions run by young, professional, and highly competent experts and bankers to develop and deploy new financial products and services for the businesses and ventures of young people. You're a young person, you go to the bank and they ask you, how old are you? You say, I'm 24 years old. They ask you, what's your tax return for the last 40 years? How do you do that? And many countries want to establish the youth entrepreneurship investment banks. Nigeria should follow suit. And I did mention this to His Excellency President Tinubu, and he assured me that Nigeria will establish a youth entrepreneurship investment bank. Because I think this will be a game changer for Nigeria. Excellencies, as I come to the last part of my speech, I cannot finish without talking about agriculture. You know my passion for that. We must make agriculture a major wealth-creating sector. It is time to make bold policies to drive structural transformation of agriculture with infrastructure, spatial economic policies that will turn Nigeria's rural economies from being zones of economic misery that they are today to becoming zones of economic prosperity. The key to doing that is establishing special agro-industrial processing zones, enabled with critical infrastructure in which the private sector of food and ag businesses can translocate into, process, add value, package food, transport food, and be competitive in local, regional, and global markets. They will turn cotton into textile and garments. They will turn tomatoes into purees and tomato paste. They will turn milk into cheese, butter, and, of course, nice milk that was substituted for the imported milk. They will drive the transformation of rice products. They will process oil palm into multiple derivatives. They will turn cocoa into cocoa beans, cocoa butter, cocoa powder, and chocolate. They will turn cassava into starch, tapioca, glucose, fructose, sorbitol, and ethanol. The booming wealth will touch every part of Nigeria and every person in Nigeria, from rural to urban areas. And that's why I'm very delighted that the African Development Bank, the Islamic Development Bank, and the International Fund for Agricultural Development are implementing a $540 million program to create these zones in 9 states. And right now we have requests already for 20 additional states. That's the way to go. And Governor, you put up your slide and you show me that zone that when I was minister, will help you build more of those zones. Now let me say that at the end, it's all about small and medium-sized enterprises. We have to make sure that we connect them to these global value chains that we are talking about. From China to Korea, the way they develop is a pulley effect. They develop their big industries and they connect them to their small and medium-sized enterprises. And they finance that. And I'm glad that we have bankers here, Access Bank CEO is here, and several others that are here. The challenge that we face is these SMEs are not getting enough financing in Nigeria. They only receive 1% of total credit from financial institutions, with a financing gap of 617 billion naira. And if you look at the interest rate, look at how much the interest rate is. In Japan, minus 0.1%. United States, for small businesses, 3.9%. China, 0.25%. India, 4%. But Nigerian manufacturers face a high interest rate of 14%. 28 is double. Okay, I'm even behind the curve on that. Okay. I think the Bank of Industry, the Bank of Agriculture, and the Nigerian Import and Export Bank should be significantly recapitalized at scale to provide loans at affordable interest rates to manufacturers and small and medium-sized enterprises. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me close with the issue of foreign exchange. A perennial binding constraint facing manufacturers in Nigeria is the unpredictability and availability of foreign exchange. It has triggered a major decline in foreign direct investment inflows into Nigeria. The 2023 World Investment Report indicates that sovereign direct investment inflows to Nigeria declined precipitously from $3.3 billion in 2021 to a negative $187 million in 2022, the largest decline across the continent. Nigeria must learn the lesson here. Simply using foreign exchange reserves to back and overvalue the local currency is not a sustainable policy. To grow Nigeria's economy in a transformational way, there is an urgent need to move away from solely depending on managing demand for forex to expanding the supply and availability of forex through greater export-oriented manufacturing. This will extricate Nigeria from relying only on the export of crude oil for access to forex and the instability that arises from that, from shocks to global oil prices. I wish here to commend the bold decision of President Tinubu in removing the distortions in the multiple foreign exchange windows. This will help to turn the tide on foreign direct investment flows into Nigeria. And it was good to also hear that from Dr. Kale when he made his presentation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I close, to drive greater investments into Africa, we established what's called the Africa Investment Forum. This brings project developers, financiers, everybody together in one investment room. Over the last 4 years that we've started it, we have mobilized $142 billion of investment interest to Africa. That includes raising $15.6 billion for the Lagos-Abidjan corridor. Several Nigerian companies have benefited, and they look forward to the Africa Investment Forum. Let me make a shout out here. The next forum will be in Marrakesh, Morocco from the 8th to 10th November. You are all welcome. It will provide another opportunity to Nigeria's private sector to mobilize global capital to unleash the power of industrial manufacturing in Nigeria. Come with bankable projects, we will find you the investors. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let's revamp industrial manufacturing in Nigeria. Industrial manufacturing can earn Nigeria 10 times more than what it earns today from relying on oil. As the late industrial pioneer and the icon Chief Odutola once said, oil will finish, industries will not. With the right policies, investment frameworks, infrastructure, logistics, financing frameworks, empowered by highly talented, trained, dynamic, and useful workforce of Nigeria, I am confident that Nigeria will fully unleash the power of its manufacturing sector. Nigeria's export revenue will grow more than 10 times by focusing on export market-driven industrial manufacturing that is integrated into global production and logistic value chains. It will unleash a new wave of wealth for Nigeria. Only then will Simba the cub be transformed into a roaring Lion King. President Tinubu, please turn Nigeria into an industrial economic giant. It is Nigeria's turn. Let's make it happen, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adeshina. Okay. So we'll take a quick photo. Yeah? Do we have that now? So we'll have a quick photo where the MTN Group CEO, Mr. Ralph Mopita, would be present, the Edo State Governor, Godwin Obaseki, the Jigawa State Governor, Alhaji Umar Namadi, as well as the MD, Shell Petroleum Development Company of Nigeria Limited, SPDC, and finally, Mr. Herbert Wigwe, the CEO of Access Bank Holdings. And of course, the publisher, Frank Aigbogo, please. Yes, that's what I said. No, I said Access Holdings. Yeah, I know they made a mistake. Completely. Yeah, I know. So I was careful enough to say Access Holdings. I know. It's a whole co. I know. Oh, why? I'm representing the MD of NDS. Okay. Just give me a minute, please. Sorry. I don't call the shots. Okay. This time. Who's in charge? I don't think they're in charge. My chairman comes in and just sits down and sees it. Okay, so you take it again? You want to take it again? I'm thinking it's publisher. I thought the boss didn't invite him to the table to join them. I'm not sure. I'm sorry, not sure. We're just following strict rules here. We're following strict rules here. So it's not my decision to make. I just get a list of people taking pictures. So if I get that information, of course I will announce it.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Please, let's settle down.
There are no ushers. Please, let's settle down. Oh, yeah, no. Please, can we take our seats, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, please, can we return to our seats? We're still right at the start of the program.
Please, can we return to our seats? Can you please return to your seats? It's time now for the very first panel session. It promises to be exciting. No one's listening, Oye.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's return to our seats. The first panel is about to begin. Thank you very much. Please, let's return to our seats. Thank you very much.
I'm sure Dr. Akilmi Adesina is still very much around. Let's return to our seats and we can catch up later. The event is still ongoing. Please, let's return to our seats. We can catch up later. Can you please return to your seats?
Sirs, mesdames, please kindly take your seats so we can continue with the program.
This is what you get when you have a power pact.
Nigeria's total exports is 1% of Malaysia's exports revenue of the same year. He said what Malaysia exports, we import. And where Nigeria is today is where Malaysia was 30 years ago. If that isn't a wake-up call, I don't know what is.
Yeah, incredible insight. For me, Malaysia is not even the only country we should worry about. There are a lot of smaller African countries that are beginning to steal a march on Nigeria as well, from the likes of Ghana, Rwanda, Mauritius, that are looking now to attract even more investments than Nigeria is able to attract. So yes, it has to be a wake-up call, and hopefully we get our act together and fully live up to our enormous potential.
Absolutely, Lolade. Thank you.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is the first panel session on impact of government policy. So join me in welcoming my colleague, Associate Editor at Business Day, Kemi Ajumobi. A round of applause, please. A round of applause, please. Please, let's settle down. This promises to be an exciting panel. I'll yield the floor now to my colleague.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We will appreciate if you please have your seat so we can start the first panel. Thank you very much as you kindly oblige us by having your seat so we can move forward. Thank you very much. We are about to start the next panel, and it's important that the task before me is very simple. I will be moderating this distinguished panel. We'll be listening to our speakers, and they'll be sharing on the impact of government policies and regulation in businesses in Nigeria. You would agree with me that a lot of businesses have gone through several challenges, some being affected by these policies. And just like Dr. Adeshina said, for the first time in 30 years, foreign direct investment was a negative. Ladies and gentlemen, you would agree with me that this topic is worth discussing and listening to. I will be introducing our guests shortly, and they'll be taking their seats as we start immediately. My first panelist. She was the first female chair in the over 120 years of existence of First Bank. She is the convener of the International Women Leadership Conference. She is the founder and the CEO of the Chair Center Group. Her name is Blessing in Yoruba. It translates to Ibukun. Ibukun Awoshika is the founder and the CEO of the Chair Center Group, as I just mentioned, and she'll be joining us on Zoom. She's there already, known to always shatter all the glass ceilings, and I'm sure she's ready for the next level. Thank you so much, Ma, for joining us.
Thank you. The pleasure is mine.
Somehow, we granted them access into our hearts and our lives. And from the look of things, this access cannot be denied. Over the past 26 years, they have evolved into a world-class African financial institution, meeting the diverse needs of their customers, and I speak of no other bank than Access Bank. Sitting as the CEO is Mr. Herbert Wigwe, and he joins us on the stage immediately. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you, sir. Please don't stop clapping for him until he gets here. Incorporated in July 2012 as a privately held Nigerian company, a part of an indigenous conglomerate, actively engaged in diverse sectors of the Nigerian and international markets, is an outstanding and solid company called UTM Offshore Limited. And the CEO and executive director is Mr. Julius Rone. A round of applause for him, please. They are known as being one of the leading global agribusinesses with over 30 years experience procuring and exporting commodities in Nigeria. They are Olam Agri, and sitting at the helm of affairs as the country head and MD of Olam Agri is Mr. Ashish Pandey. I told Mr. Ashish we're going to give you a Nigerian name soon, so I'm thinking about it. Please, a round of applause for him, please. Thank you. We will be going straight into the questions. And we have 3 minutes. We have 2 questions each. We have 3 minutes. And then we do a 1-minute roundup. And then we throw the floor open for people to ask questions, sir. Thank you so much. The first question is from Mrs. Awoshika. What are the major challenges businesses face with regulatory bodies in Nigeria? And how do these challenges impact their growth and profitability?
Thank you very much, Kemi. I think Dr. Adeshina did an excellent job in his presentation. He's already given you a lot of answers to some of the questions that have been related to the conversation in this panel. However, having spent almost 35 years from my middle 20s building businesses and being involved in the corporate sector within Nigeria, I have both been at the receiving end and been involved in trying to find solutions to some of the issues that we're talking about. I think for the average Nigerian entrepreneur, one of your biggest fears on a day-to-day basis is what the government will come up with in terms of policy that might catch you unawares. So one of the biggest risks is the misalignment of policies of government with the reality on ground for the real players within the sector. And the inconsistency over time that we've had where policies are concerned has been very destructive where businesses are concerned. You know, one of my most challenging moments in my almost 35 years of business as I can remember, is going, I remember it was like, I think it was 2003, 2004, just missing the network news and getting called by someone close to me that, did you listen to the network news? And I said no, because I was in business school then and I was busy studying. Said, the government just made this announcement which critically impacted my industry. And that just sort of caused a whole new, now, the intention of government in some cases can be right, but the decision-making process, because of the nature of some of the people involved in making that decision in itself can be a challenge. You can be involved in government and have the power to make policy, but if you have no real understanding of being an entrepreneur and the stages and the challenges within a particular sector, you can make regulation that totally disrupts an industry. I remember in that particular example, government banning a whole sector of things and seeking to achieve something else. But in banning what they did within the HS code that the government suddenly banned, were raw materials required for that which they sought to do. And the people who were engaged in it had no way of linking the two. It took spending a lot of money, creating a report of the industry, taking it to finance with the help of the then Minister of State for Finance, Nadi Usman, who was very supportive in trying to find a solution, for us to find a solution that allowed us to move forward in a positive way and constructively in line with what the government sought to do. One. Two, government lacks a holistic agenda behind which the policy decisions are made. And that can easily be tied to what Dr. Adeshina said. Look, if you do not understand that the policy you make concerning power, that the policy you make concerning taxes, that the policy that you make concerning movement of goods in and out of the country, that policies you make at one state or the other tied to policies within state level, that if you don't tie them all together, in order to understand that you must be able to start preparing, educating in certain areas for a future that you want in a particular industry. If there are no feeder policies that support one another to support the main agenda of government, you're likely to have so much disconnect, which is what we have half the time. And those disconnects are self-destructive because at the end of the day, we frustrate a lot of right thinking. I consider entrepreneurs the heroes of the nation. That is just the truth. Because the easiest thing to do is to go and get a job and try and make somebody else worry about your salary. But choosing to want to worry about other people's salary while innovating and creating solutions to help the country move forward is a heroic act right now in Nigeria, considering the fact that you really succeed as an entrepreneur in Nigeria, not because, but despite. It's a matter of you making a decision that you're passionate enough about what you want to do in order to pursue it despite all the issues you have to deal with. There's a third leg for me, which is the value system of those involved in the whole policy decisions that affect our businesses. If you're compromised as an individual, the basis on which you make your policy decision is in itself erroneous. So somebody comes to you who agitates for you to change a whole policy just to support an individual company's position without looking at the holistic nature of that policy. Because you stand to have an economic personal benefit, you compromise the whole industry and make a decision that sets the country back rather than forward. And you discourage people's commitment to building an industry in a way that it makes you increase value for the country. I remember one of my most frustrating things was seeking a few years ago to build a furniture village. I knew exactly why it made sense. As a player in the industry for many years, I'd seen the value chain gaps. I knew that in order for us to become a net exporter in furniture, it was critical for us to build a community where the value chains could run from one end to the other. It would allow scale, it will allow specialization, it will create a lot of jobs, and it will bring foreign direct investments, and we could export because capacity would have been built within that community. I invested a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of energy, had support from DFID in terms of a fund, British Innovation Fund, Business Innovation Fund that was being supported by DFID. They had PwC UK engaged to support, to help with building the whole plan. We did all that work, worked with Ogun State. The government at that point in Ogun State got allocated what was required land. We thought Ogun State was a strategic location for the project and all of that. We did everything. I cannot tell you how much money was lost in that process. All that had to happen was a change of government. And I got caught between the battles of one government and the other, without consideration for whether that was what was best in the interest of the state and the nation or not. It was just the politics of it that became the challenge and the issue, and you get exhausted. So when it comes to policies, there's a lot that can be done. A lot has to be done in terms of who is appointed into those positions, because you have to understand what skills do you need, what talent, what exposure, what knowledge. Do you need industry players sitting there? How much engagement exists in terms of making those policies that will support the industry? How much time is given to discussion, rather than you go to bed one night, you wake up the next morning, and there's a whole new announcement? How many people who sit there are running for themselves and not for the industry? And that cuts across every industry, from financial services to manufacturing and all of that. We just have a policy problem. And a lot has to do with the integrity of the government at hand, the integrity and the sanity of the kind of people that they put in those positions, and the system that's created so that there are checks and balances in terms of how the policies are made and how you verify and certify that those policies are the right ones for the country. Thank you.
all right, to stop the leakage and therefore increase supply. All of those things add to the country's reserves to solve all these problems. But I think that if you ask me, generally, things are on the right track. I was watching something on social media just this morning where a vessel that was in the middle of bunkering had been blown up. Nothing could be better. We have to come up with things that make it absolutely impossible for people to steal Nigeria's crude. So I think generally these two things that I've mentioned are important for us, but the government needs to follow it to a logical conclusion, free up the markets, and then do things that will encourage foreign direct investments. Otherwise, taking out the valve without doing that can itself create a problem.
You know, I like it when you say that the painful part is just a while, and then after a while it goes over and everybody's okay. But Nigerians want immediate results. So when you tell them this pain, just handle it for a little while before you know what's going to happen, you're going to be okay. The bottom pyramid that you spoke about feel the pain most. So I agree with you with what you said, but like many Nigerians would also hope and believe that, you know, that ease happens.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Yes,
and I'll give you a simple example.
Yes, sir.
Maybe because some of us participated very actively during the NSAS, all right, and Access was at the forefront of all of that. We could tell and feel the pulse of people right down to when people started walking out of their homes to go into other people's homes, all right, to see if they could steal food. So that pain is real. Even the rate at which people are leaving Nigeria now, the Japa syndrome, is also real. So my point is that we all, and I think under the new administration, things are going to be done very swiftly as they've been done already to make sure that the next couple of weeks, the bottom of the pyramid starts to see that we are going to get out of here. But it's extremely important.
And let the church say amen. That happens soon. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
My question for Mr. Shish is, how important are government policies and regulations in your sector, especially Olam Agri, and how is it affecting your business?
So thank you. Thanks for having me here. Thanks to Frank and thanks to Business Day for this invitation. We are in agriculture sector for us, and therefore the role of government is very, very critical because they need to create the right environment for companies like us to really leverage this and also leverage the huge potential which Nigeria has to offer. Nigeria is truly a blessed country because I would say it's in a sweet spot. It is very rich in oil. It's very rich in good quality soil. The climate is fantastic, and the natural water availability is very, very high in terms of rainfall, etc. So never you'll find a country which has got a mix of everything, you know. So therefore, we always believe the country has a lot to offer. And this is true because if you really see us, Olam, in the country, last 30 years, we were born in Nigeria, and in the journey of 30 years, we have gone to all over the world from here. So that's a testament for anybody who believed in Nigeria. So Olam really believed in Nigeria and is a sure success story from Nigeria. Born in Nigeria, but gone global from Nigeria. So that's one shared example, I would say, you know. The second part as to how we've been facing the challenges and how we've been thriving, as rightly said, we believe in action, okay, and we really believe that we need to talk less and do more. As an organization, we're a very lean, humble, and I would say straight organization where we clearly believe in setting the right objectives. And once we believe in the objectives, we rally people around it. Okay, and I think the change starts with me and us. So therefore, we always think inwards first to bring the change. And that's the reason why the company has done so well. Again, we are thankful to Nigeria that it gave us the opportunity to really start from here. And we always believe that this country has a lot to offer. And every single day is a new day in terms of opportunities. We have an investment of $2 billion over here. And we have a couple of new projects coming up also. I think the times are going to be very, very exciting with the new government in place. We are very hopeful, very optimistic, very looking to the future with a lot of aspirations, etc. Thank you.
You know, it's easy for me to hear you speak about the change starting from you because that is what Olam Agri does. Your products are in markets And I also remember during COVID, you guys gave out a whole lot of stuff to people. So when you say the change starts with me, it truly starts with you because you've proven to us that that is where it begins from. So thank you for the contribution that your company is giving to Nigeria as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A round of applause for Olan, please. I would like to ask Mrs. Awoshika her second question, and it goes thus. What suggestion do you have for the Nigerian government on the importance of creating policies that will practically promote business growth and also the importance of engaging stakeholders?
Thank you very much, Kemi. I think the issue of engaging stakeholders is it's a no-brainer because no matter how skilled you are as a policymaker, the bottom line is you do not operate in every sector of the economy and you do not have fundamental knowledge of the intricacies within an industry enough to independently be able to make the right policy that supports the industry efficiently. So it's extremely important that you're able to engage the people within each sector. And policymaker is general to multiple industries in many ways, but the policies that you need to make that will affect certain industries are specific to them. So you do need some specialist knowledge, and the best of it comes from an operator within an industry, which will allow you to be able to target and make the right policy that will endear the industry and aid growth. Now, in terms of any other advice for them, I think I'll go from advice to government in itself, in terms of how do we select the people that sit in the policy positions for different industries? What are the skills that they have? What is the commitment and the broadness of the knowledge of the individual? What in their nature and character makes them a good fit in terms of openness, willingness to learn, flexibility to listen, responsiveness and respect for the industries themselves? And what are the checks and balances on those who are empowered to make policies in a way that solutions can be achieved, even when errors are made in terms of the policies that are made by those individuals or their groups or whatever office is responsible for things. Because, I mean, without doubt, sometimes you can get it wrong. But if there's continuous engagement and open-mindedness, you're able to make necessary amendment whenever those things happen. Because if we're all seeking the same thing, the business people are seeking to succeed in their business in the interest of the country and of their business. The country wants the businesses within it to prosper because it's when the businesses are prospering that we can pay taxes, we can create jobs for people within the country, and we can add both social and economic value to the country. So we then need to harmonize our different interests to find a common ground that allows us to work together, both the policymaker and the operators within that sector. It's in all of our interests to ensure that that which we seek works for both sides. And we do not, as entrepreneurs, have to encounter the arrogance of those who sit in the office of making policies without realizing that their office in itself does not exist if the sector to which they are assigned to does not succeed. But the problem is we do not have a clear one to understand that they exist at the for the interest in terms of attitude of this, which as a country. Thank you
so much. Thank you so much, man. Mr. Julius is nodding and affirming all you're saying. I like it when you say that it's okay to admit that you've made a mistake and be vulnerable to correcting yourself. I think that matters a lot because nobody knows it all. So thank you so much for that. And I also appreciate that you spoke about synergy because there are different synergies that need to happen even in different sectors for solutions to be made. And when they synergize and come together, it's easier to even approach the government as a body and not in silos. So thank you very much for that, ma. Now to your second question, Mr. Julius. How has your company, because you spoke about these barriers earlier on, so how has your company navigated these barriers and how are you thriving despite the barriers?
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, first and foremost, let me say that the success of what we've been able to achieve, we've been on this project since 2019, but I will tell you something. Just July 5th, we went to visit Mr. President. We went with the ambassador from France and Japan and my investors and my partners. We've been working since 2019, but for 45 minutes we spent with Mr. President. He spun this project around within the entire globe because of leadership. Mr. President said, when I was campaigning, I quote, "I promised to develop the gas resources of this country." And it's only an irresponsible government that will see a consortium of these calibers of companies that have developed 50% capacity of the LNG in the world and will not support this company. I promise you, immediately after that conversation, and the president said, every bottleneck around this project will be debottled. Every hindrances to make you not to achieve the project delivery within the timeline and schedule will be removed. And that is that's all you need as a businessman, a leadership direction. And I said to you, when they departed, they said to me, we believe that the government is in 120% support of this project, and we're willing to do more, and we're willing to invest more in this country. So what we're saying is this: leadership starts from the top. Once the government gives the enabling environment, the government doesn't need to bring money. It's just to encourage investors and businessmen with the right atmosphere. The investors, the money will flow into this country because we have the ability, we have the population, we have the resources, we have everything that is being looking for in the world. I'm saying it, from Nigeria to Europe is less than 12 days. We are blessed with abundant gas resources, but this gas have not been developed because project that can deliver the gas is not being sanctioned because of several bottlenecks. So once you hear directly where the president give direction, the government give direction, investors will flow in. So for us, we've navigated these stories, we've passed through all these processes. One of the key success stories is to engage with the regulators, the partners, the government, and the people in charge that needs to enable your business to grow. Because it's difficult to take someone through your ambition or through your dream. But you need to constantly engage with them so that they understand that the project you're doing is not for yourself alone, but you're trying to create an enabling environment and create job opportunities for Nigeria. So I believe that prospective investors need to have a clear path to their success story. You need to know what you want to achieve, and you need to know the right government agencies to engage so that you can go with the right information and engage them properly and get the result that is required to support your businesses. And also, you also need to be prepared because you need to ensure your project is bankable for you to be able to get the finance around it. So there's a lot that needs to be done, and there needs to be a synergy between the business investors and the government agencies.
I like it when you say know what you want and what you want to achieve. I also like when you spoke about leadership, because leadership starts from the top. It is what you flow down to the people that they can learn from you from. But we are all leaders in our own right, and we do not necessarily have to wait for the leaders at the top to teach us leadership. But we can learn from them, hoping that they direct us. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Julius. My question for you, sir, Mr. Herbert, I know this will feel like fish in water because it's an area that you are very vast in. How do government regulations and policies affect foreign direct investments in Nigeria? And what steps can be taken to attract more FDIs while ensuring a fair and transparent regulatory environment? That feels like a mouthful, but I trust you, sir.
Okay, let me try to answer the question a bit differently. First of all, government is responsible for setting the entire policy framework for everything. Let me take in my own industry, which is financial services. it is a privilege to have a license because the government has created a license for you to take money. All right? But government is also responsible for creating that framework to determine what sectors to support. All right? So whether it's to support agric or it is to support infrastructure and all of that. So everything we do is through regulation. But I think what is more important to me when I sit on a panel like this is for us to ask questions around what can we do to make our country better. All right? So Julius spoke about leadership, and I think leadership, everyone is a leader in his own right. So I'll give you an example and tie it to what you're saying. How do you account for how people live in Nigeria when you have just 5,000 or less than 10,000 mortgages in a country with 200 million people? So there has to be a policy framework that addresses it. Otherwise, that police officer on the road will do what he's not supposed to do, if you get the point I'm trying to make. Now, so that policy framework has to take into consideration all the different stakeholders. It has to take into consideration the private sector people and also be careful of them, because most times all they exist to do, or what most of them want to do, is to basically optimize their return on equity, all right, and forget the bottom of the pyramid. It must look at public sector. How do you provide for it? It must create a framework that looks at other aspects of service, the judiciary, etc., etc. It must look at your law enforcement agencies, etc., and make sure that at the end of the day, just as Mrs. Awoshika said, that there is a balance. We can keep debating policy framework and all of that, consistency of policy so that people bring in their money, etc. But there's no greater framework, all right, than making sure that all the stakeholder groups are in harmony. Now, if you come even, or if you go even further, what do you do about a youthful population? We are 200 million people strong, and you have more than 65% of our population below 30, or maybe 35. Now, most of these people, what has happened to their educational background? What were they taught in schools? Their value system is different. Have we changed our educational framework to be more digital, more reflective of where the future is going? If you listened to the presentation and what they said about South Korea and Malaysia, we ought not to be where we are. 25 years ago, University of Ibadan had one of the best hospitals in the world, not in the country. So I think it's much more complex than this. We just need to actually, as a country, press that reset button and sit down and ask ourselves, where do we want to go? And come up with a short, medium, and long-term policy framework to support all of it. Otherwise, we'll be going around in circles. What do I need to do as a bank? What do I need to do in marine, etc., etc.? All of these things that end up in issues around corruption, lack of transparency, multiple exchange rates, multiple taxation, that is how it all ends up. So I think there's a big national symposium that needs to come up, all right, where everybody, particularly the youth, who are actually the future, are actually the present of our country, need to be very present in it. That would be my own answer.
I agree with you, sir. And I know that the youth would love what you just said, because they are indeed the present and they are the future. Thank you so much for that. Mr. Ashes, this is your last question. With over 30 years experience, what survival business tips has kept Olam Agri thriving?
I think that's quite generic to everybody, and that's about being proactive, number one. And second thing is, we need to be adaptive any point of time with the changing business environment. So as the new environment changes, we need to come up with new set of opportunities which come in and capitalize that. So for our company, if you really see, we came in the company in the country by way of cashew exports. You know, we used to procure cashew and export it. Over the period of time, we really found out that from a simple exporter of a raw material, we should move into processing. And that processing basically means that adding value to the product and then exporting it and also using it for local consumption. So that's when also came into our mind that once you add value to a product, you also add jobs, in a very high amount of numbers. We came into flour milling, we came into pasta by acquisitions, Town Flour Mills, Bua flour mills, Dangote flour mills, and a couple of mills which we acquired over a period of time. We produce high quality flour, we produce high quality pastas. And then from there we moved and we said, okay, Nigeria is one country where it's a protein deficiency. Okay, so if you look at the world average and you compare Nigeria, you find out it's about 35% less compared to the global average. And then we said, what was the reason for it? And the reason is availability of good quality poultry feed and fish feed. So we came up with another expansion in 2017 when we saw this trend. And we said, okay, let's do investments in state-of-the-art quality fish feed production, poultry feed production, day-old chicken, etc. And just to happy to share that if you see from 2017 onwards to now, in a period of say 5 years or so, the fish feed farmers have doubled in the country. The poultry farmers has been 1.5x. The feed industry has been more than doubled, and which basically means more amount of feed available, more amount of farmers available, more amount of fish, actual fish, catfish available, more chicken, poultry available in the country. So as you see, we kept on seeing the opportunities, we kept on changing, and we kept on growing. That's how we have grown.
Thank you. I know if we allow you to talk, you have a whole lot to say, because 30 years, like they say, is not been. Somebody says wisdom is the best teacher. Somebody says experience is the best teacher. I always say it's wisdom, because experience teaches you after, but wisdom helps you not to go through that process. So your 30 years of experience is wisdom for us to learn from you. So thank you for serving for 30 years. We'll be going straight into questions now. We have just 6 minutes. If you have a question to ask, please raise your hands and we will ensure that you ask your question and the panelists will respond to you. Does anybody have any question? If you have a question, okay, sir.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tunji Oyebanji from Double One PLC, formerly Mobile Nigeria PLC. My question to the panel has to do with the issue of regulators. Somehow, to me, there seems to be a very significant disconnect between leadership, whether subnational or national level, and the people who actually carry out the regulations. So the ministers, governors have these very lofty ideals. They talk about their states being open for business, ready to receive investors. But the people who are down the chain see those regulations a completely different thing. In many cases, more like a source of revenue for their own individual pockets. What do you think can be done, to bridge this disconnect so that the ideals that are being espoused by the leadership are actually permeated throughout the system, so that the man who is either issuing you a license or issuing a C of O or whatever shares that same vision and is trying to move at such a speed that eventually helps make it improving business rather than proving to be an obstacle for business. I just wanted your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tunji. I think a pronouncement is not enough, all right, from the leadership to make sure that things happen properly. I think that they need to see things through by making sure that they have the right people and have carried out the appropriate framework to make sure things happen. Let's use the example that you've given, which you know too well. You have property, how do you ensure that the C of O is issued, for instance? I think in most Western countries, nobody even sees that thing called a certificate of occupancy. It's digitized. We can do the same thing here. And because when you have that, it supports things like mortgages, it supports investments, etc., etc. So I think, I don't want to say it's lack of transparency. Sometimes it's lack of exposure or the capacity to see things through. And I think we need to have at different levels that level of engagement, all right, for us to ensure that, let us say, people at the leadership level can make sure that all that they want to achieve is transmitted through that whole chain. Some states are better than others. So Lagos may be faster than several states that it will take you 5 years or 10 years to get a certificate of occupancy. But even at that, it can be improved upon because, quite frankly, the transferability should also be digitized. If you carried out a mortgage anywhere in the world, in the Western world, and you wanted to sell the property, it would happen instantaneously. You could sell it 3 times in a year, all right, because it's easy for it to move. But here, it just would not happen. So those are some of the reforms that we need to basically carry out. But I think there are other things around transparency that even we as leaders need to have deep introspection of. When we say we want to do something, let us mean what we want to mean what we are trying to do, and let's follow it through. If we want to make sure there's no arbitrage, let us, in taking a decision, make sure that we are looking at all the issues to make sure that that arbitrage does not exist, if you get the point I'm trying to make. So there is some genuineness actually required of leadership, even at our level, and for people who take decisions that we need to question.
As a woman on the authority, I've been asked to end the session, and so I'm sorry, I apologize that we can't take any other questions, except you have a new job for me. For the meantime, I have to obey instructions. So thank you to our distinguished panelists. We do appreciate you because you're very busy people. Thank you for honoring us, and we do really, really appreciate you. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for them, please.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Another round of applause for that great panel session. So we're running behind schedule, and I know that the CEOs in the room have entrusted us with their time, and we would not take it for granted, so we'll move really quickly. I would invite on stage now the publisher of Business Day, Frank Aigbogun, who will be making, who will be introducing the Group CEO of MTN Group for his keynote address. Thank you.
Olade, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. You know, the more the data you get about Nigeria, the more painful it can get. I was in a room not too long ago and was told that given that Nigeria's proven gas reserves are only 60% that of Russia, and Russia makes about $1 billion selling gas every day to Europe, Nigeria should actually be earning $600 million selling gas every day. I was also told that if we had gone ahead with our Bonny and Olokola LNG projects, Nigeria will be earning $500 million weekly from selling gas today. So sometimes what you see are indeed a lot of missed opportunities. But we're going to go ahead all the same, and I will be introducing our next keynote speaker, who is the Group President and Chief Executive Officer of MTN Group. He has held that position since 1st September 2020. And prior to that time, he served as the MTN Group's Chief Financial Officer since 2017. Before joining MTN, Raf served as the Chief Executive Officer for Old Mutual Emerging Markets, providing financial services solutions to individuals and corporates across 19 countries in Africa, Latin America, as well as Asia. Raf is a seasoned business leader with experience in engineering, construction, financial services, telecommunications. Raf this afternoon will speak on the topic, building a digital economy for Nigeria. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome to the podium Raf Upita, Group President and Chief Executive Officer of MTN Group.
Frank and the team at Business Day, it's an absolute pleasure and a privilege to be here representing the MTN Group. Forums such as this are very critical in normal times, but they become even more critical at a time when Nigeria has gone through a political transition, and at a time when Nigeria's ambition has been clearly spelled out by the President of African Development Bank, Dr. Adesina, around the point that it is time for Nigeria to roar. So this, I would like to commend Frank and your team for hosting this. And as you said, I was in Abuja last week, Thursday and Friday. And I think, as you said, you were suspicious that I would not turn up, having gone to Johannesburg. But this was an important enough session of CEOs coming together that it was very important for me, representing the MTN Group, to be back here and share our thoughts and perspectives around how we see the world and how we see the place of Nigeria within that world and within that context. I would like to start off by recognizing the governors, the governor of Edo State, Mr. Obaseki, the governor of Jigawa State, Alhaj Umar Namadi, the president of the African Development Bank, Dr. Adesina, the ambassador of Indonesia. Thank you for being with us here. I will share some data that relates to Indonesia, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. And the former Minister of Trade and Industry, Mr. Okey Enalama. Fellow keynote speakers, Managing Director of Shell Nigeria, Mr. Osaji Okunbo. The MTN Nigeria Chairman, Dr. Ernest Ndukwe. Thank you for being here, and I'm sure you will add to your questions. Hopefully you don't ask me any questions. Carl Toriola, the MTN Nigeria CEO. Carl made sure I was going to attend come hell or high water. So Carl, I do need to mention, even though I do not need any pushing to be at such a forum. And then distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending. And what I intend to do over the next 20 or so minutes is to create a context for a conversation really around Nigeria's future, framed from a view of the world of a digital economy. Much was said earlier by the President of African Development Bank about the economy more generally, and he made a very important statement, which was basically that there's a lot of talk out there about the digital economy and how it's coming. Actually, in many parts of the world, the digital economy is actually already here. From an MTN perspective, we have the advantage of seeing many markets and seeing many developments, and I trust that in the next few minutes, as I share some of these perspectives, you will see some resonance that really talk to Nigeria's future. We are operating in 19 markets across Africa largely and a few Middle East markets. We are the 8th largest telecommunication company by subscribers. If you take out China, we're the 5th largest in the world. We are a company with close on to 300 million subscribers. We're using MTN services every day to connect with loved ones and run their businesses. And very much 1 out of 4 of our customers is Nigerian. So Nigeria is a really big, important part of our group. And many things that we see and try here, we take them across to other markets. we are spending significant amount of capital investment to put into digital infrastructure. We're spending about $2 billion equivalent of capex every single year, and a third of that actually is in Nigeria. Nigeria, Carl's business spends $700 million equivalent of digital infrastructure, putting it into the ground to enable people to connect. And I'm also very proud of the fact that as MTN, we are seen as a business that is loved by its customers. We don't take our customers lightly. We've been Africa's most trusted brand. We have lots of brand recognition that's come our way, and most recently been seen as one of the most sustainable brand on the African continent. So I want to thank many of you who are customers for the custom that you've provided us as the MTN Group. Now I want to start off with sharing a report I read in June last month, actually. It came out from Goldman Sachs. They send these weekly reports and they talk about various matters. And for whatever reason, on the 8th of June, I click onto my Goldman Sachs app and I click into the report, and it's talking about the world in 2075. I'd just gone through page 1, and then I go to page 2, and they have an exhibit, Exhibit 2. And it talks about the countries that are going to lead the world in time to come by 2050 and by 2075. It struck me immediately to see how Nigeria in 2050 is anticipated to be the 10th largest economy in the world. It's going to be the 5th largest by 2075. I used the point around Indonesia. The data sets that you see on the chart there, if you fix your eyes onto 2075, the first, I think it goes almost, everybody knows it's going to be China. You see that after China is India. India is now the second, the biggest economy by population. The third is the US, fourth Indonesia, fifth Nigeria. Now I want to look at the data and say, what's the real gap between Indonesia and Nigeria? In 2021 GDP terms, Nigeria is seen to be a $13 trillion economy, US dollars. Indonesia is 14, so the gap is only is a very small gap relative. China will be 57 trillion, so China will be obviously very substantial. But when you go through that report and unpack what is required for Nigeria to get there, you need a sustained growth of about 6%. But more critically, the digital economy is seen as the foundation of enabling Nigerians to all benefit in prosperity. The points around bringing the formal and informal economies together, ensuring that that you have not only population growth, but you have productivity growth driven by two large forces. The one is capital. I think people all understand that capital has a role to play in driving an economy. The second is technology. The adoption and delivery of technology by Nigeria is going to be critical to enable the country to get to its pride of place. To borrow some of the phrases by President Adesina, really for Nigeria to be the roaring economy, technology is going to play an important role, and as I mentioned, the digital economy. Now, if we think about the digital economy, just moving to the next slide. If we think about the digital economy, and some of the data sets we're using here are from the GSMA, which is the international industry, the ITU, as well as McKinsey. So much of the data you see here, we've aggregated from various different sources to create a particular perspective and to encourage the debate that we would like to have. But it's quite important to start and think about where is Nigeria today. McKinsey have a measure which they call IGDP, which is effectively trying to measure the amount of economic value creation from the internet, or you can call it the digital economy. So it's called IGDP. And their assessment is that Nigeria today is probably at 6%. Other economies today are much closer to 15%. So Nigeria has made progress, but it's actually at the early start of really building a digital economy that's integrated and bringing in the formal and informal and ensuring that the small businesses have a chance to succeed and also to thrive. I think the other point of view here is that as much as we've seen digital infrastructure, digital services being built, I think a lot of focus is around payments. There's still a way to go, particularly around the public sector, and I'll cover that in a bit. Very heartening to hear both governors earlier on in their remarks talk about what they're doing to bring and build e-government and e-government solutions. And what we've seen is that all these countries that are seen to be growing fast and developing, examples were made earlier on of Malaysia and Vietnam, etc., is that they have a high proportion of services that are actually delivered electronically. You don't see paper anywhere in some of these government offices because they have actually embraced the digital economy very, very strongly. So Nigeria has made a start, but the potential out there is still yet to be tapped. If you look at the comparative, again, just to give a sense of the comparative, the digital economy, 16 trillion of value of the digital economy globally. What's interesting in this chart, particularly if you look at the left-hand side, is pretty much 2/3 of it actually is in the US. The US economy was actually fairly resilient throughout the COVID pandemic. One reason for the resilience isn't just about the fact that, the financial system is strong, but actually it's because the digital economy is strong. So 2/3 today of the digital economy is actually all in the US. But have a look at Africa. Africa is just at the start where you've got 1% in terms of its contribution to the global digital economy. So again, not just in Africa, but even in Nigeria, it's still at a very early stage. And even with the 6% growth that you see on the chart to $145 billion equivalent of the digital economy, it will still be where some countries are, and that's by 2050, where some countries are today. So again, one may look at that lens and say there are a lot of challenges, but also there are a lot of opportunities that can go, particularly with the policies that we've heard from President Tinubu in his inauguration speech, and many of his policy pronouncements are actually all about driving the ICT sector, really about an inclusive Nigerian economy where no Nigerian is left behind. It will be very, very important that the digital economy is built consciously, thoughtfully, and in a way that there is leveraging of capital, skills, and people's entrepreneurship. A lot of points on the chart that you see, but I'll call out a few things. I think firstly, there's already, as we look from an MTN group perspective into Nigeria, our largest market, the foundations of a digital economy are largely there. There is enabling legislation. We've seen now with the new Startup Act, the broadband policy that's looking to have 90% of all Nigerians covered by 2025, the work that NOTAP do, and the NCC and various other agencies. There is a good foundation and a platform to drive an agenda of inclusive digital economy, particularly targeting the small companies. One other point I would like to raise is really around the points around the skills, and I'll come back to skills, is that there's a deficit of skills to really get Nigeria to benefit from the progress in technology. But the flip side of that is that it's also an opportunity. I would also emphasize the point around harmonization. I think it was a point Herbert Wigwe from Access Bank just made, which is really about thinking consciously about harmonizing the regulatory frameworks with an end in mind. If you have the end in mind is we need a robust and resilient digital economy, all the regulatory processes and how you attract capital and skills needs to have that as an end state, not regulations for its own sake. I'd like to take the opportunity while I'm on this particular slide to commend His Excellency President Tinubu for very fast and swift reforms made to date that are encouraging the international community and investors to see Nigeria as a place for investment. Yes, it will take a bit more time. It doesn't happen immediately, but from all the shareholders that are holding MTN shares, many of them international in the US, Europe, and Asia Pacific, what they tell us is this policy direction as set by the president will stand Nigeria in good stead to attract the investment FDI that it needs. If we look again on how Nigeria ranks, and sometimes you can see data and points of view as an issue where we could be better, but also as an opportunity. So this is basically ranking Nigeria across a couple of metrics. First really is around the internet adoption, how much internet, mobile broadband, and fixed broadband subscription. And I want to focus on the last chart at the bottom, because this is the one that I think often is not really debated extensively, which is if you want fast, reliable, low-cost internet connectivity, there needs to be sufficient investment in infrastructure to enable people in their homes and in their businesses, formal and informal, to be able to access the internet, the digital economy. And what you see there is that Nigeria, compared to peer groups, there's a peer group of 10 there, which has got Morocco, has got Kenya, it's got Ghana, it's got Senegal, and some of the Asia Pacific countries of similar size, is the ranking to date has not been as strong as Nigeria would probably want. And even when you compare them, particularly with international benchmarks, you take China and the US as benchmarks, we've got a lot of way to go. So one point I would like to leave is that if this vision of a strong digital economy in Nigeria is to be realized, one thing that has to happen is really a significant amount of investment in fiberizing Nigeria. Nigeria has decent fiber, but there's a lot more fiberization of the country all the way in the rural areas that will still be required. I'd also like to just pick up on the next slide the point I wanted to raise around the public service. A lot of focus is really on the private sector in terms of the opportunities that come from the digital economy. But let's think about the public service as a proxy. Again, you see the benchmarks relative to other jurisdictions, Africa versus other regions. We don't, even on the African continent, have any meaningful proportion of countries that are seen as very high in e-enabling government services. And I think when you look at the ranking of Nigeria versus, again, a peer group of 193 countries, Nigeria is ranking at 140. Again, it shows where the country is today, but it doesn't show the full potential of the country, which is with the right policies, with the right investments and skills, Nigeria can obviously, progress and do even better. If I move to the next slide and just looking at digital skills. Now, this is a chart again done by McKinsey, where they've used LinkedIn as a proxy against a set of African countries and against international benchmarks around what are the digital skills you need today for today's digital economy. Now, the chart is obviously very detailed and you might not be able to read from the back, but it looks at things such as social media, graphic design, digital literacy, all the way down to computer hardware, enterprise software, artificial intelligence, ranking Nigeria against a whole bunch of other African countries. So you can see that Nigeria is doing well. I mean, the darker the blue, it means that the skills are high. But many of the skills that are future-facing, and we talk about artificial intelligence, you see that Africa is not indexing well, Nigeria is not indexing well. Again, one may see that as a challenge, but it's also an opportunity for the country to advance its growth agenda by leveraging technology. And you'll see South Africa is at 17% and Nigeria at 4%. My point of view is that Nigeria, with the skills and the vibrancy of the youth that we have in this country, should be able to leapfrog and actually color that map, absolutely dark blue, over the near term. Just moving on to the next slide. Again, there are some challenges that we face bringing this much closer to home within the context of the business that we run. the business that's run by Carl Toriel and his team. There are some challenges today really around connecting to the mobile internet. The issue today is not really coverage. The issue, if you really zone in on why we're not able to get internet penetration as deep and wide as possible, it's called the usage gap. The GSMA talk about the usage gap. A lot of investment has gone in to build networks, towers, to fiberize networks and so forth. But really key issue that we face today is really around usage. And usage has two components to it. One is affordability, generally of the services. And then the second issue is really the cost of handsets, data-capable handsets that can connect people to the internet. India has done some interesting work, and they've launched a $12 data-capable smartphone. It's very early days. They launched it last month. But if they're able to do that, they're going to be able to capture 250 million people in India who are still in the 2G era. They're still trapped in the 2G era. There are many Nigerians today who are still trapped in the 2G era and are not benefiting from 4G and actually now 5G services that we've been able to roll out. So the usage gap is really the challenge. So how is the team in Nigeria really looking at it? At MTN, we have what we call the CHASE framework: coverage, handsets, affordability, service, and education. The real critical bottleneck we need to deal with is, as I mentioned, is the service one, and that's really got to do with affordability and handsets. The handset is really a big dilemma and really requires the government to think about issues such as how do we attract the original equipment manufacturers to be able to look to assemble or do the final assembly in country and provide some incentive and crowd them in to be able to bring handsets below the $20 price point. I won't spend too much time on the sectors. You all know these sectors that the digital economy represents. I think the critical thing on the digital economy is that it's pervasive and across all sectors. It is not a sector in of itself. It cuts through all sectors. In Nigeria today, the four largest sectors are really telecommunications, B2B services, B2B marketplace, and B2C marketplaces. Now, I know there's a panel discussion that's coming, and I'll leave them to talk to, but I think there is effort and focus that really needs to be put around thinking beyond just the public sector, as I mentioned earlier on, but critical sectors to the Nigerian economy, particularly education, health, and agriculture, and much has already been said by President Adesina. So if we think about education, why should a child in the rural areas suffer a poor education even though they're very intelligent? The digital connectivity and the digital economy should be able to close that. We should not be having 20 million children who have no access to the internet or good schooling. There are solutions really around that. If we think about health, I'm going to quickly move on, just mindful of my own time. Health, again, is another opportunity. Why are people not having access to expert medical device when today with 5G, you can actually have a remote surgeon helping a doctor in a local environment to be able to do the surgery or to advise on something that is life critical. Again, on agriculture, I won't spend too much time covering the agriculture point, but again, why should there be limitations to rural farmers when you can create markets for them and create a global market, whether it's cassava or whatever it is that they have as a product that they want to take to market? They should be able to understand what the weather is going to be like tomorrow, what is the price of a particular commodity, and how to run their own business and create the world as ultimately a market. Again, I'm just whizzing through these. Obviously, there's a lot of detail we can share further. And just moving on to the next slide, I just wanted to also include financial inclusion. A lot has been done now to really drive financial inclusion. The PSB license regime that's been issued, I think, really helps going forward. But again, it's an opportunity for Nigeria to really punch above where it's been over the last couple of years, given the fact that license regime and capital is coming through. I want to spend a bit of time talking about the mega trends because we do have some trends that are at play, And some of those trends today may seem like, for our markets, may seem like they're in the future, but they're today. So we as MTN are, thinking through these trends, and these are the trends also that Nigeria will need to work through. 5G has come to Nigeria. Artificial intelligence has been around for a while, and we're also looking at cloud computing, robotics and automation were mentioned earlier by President Adesina. But over the long term, there are many things that for us may seem long term that are already here. Augmented reality, virtual reality, blockchain, digital currencies, 6G, the Chinese are already exploring 6G, whilst in Nigeria we've just launched 5G. And you've got artificial general intelligence that's also coming. You guys are all playing with ChatGPT and so forth. And that's going to drive another productivity revolution similar to when the internet came on. So there are these mega trends that are at play, and Nigeria would need to find this place, and importantly, deliver and develop the skills that would be necessary to leverage on this technology. I want to spend a bit of time on key policy and regulatory levers because it is so important to be very conscious and harmonizing around some of these things. And I would like to laud the Nigerian government and the regulators, particularly the NCC, who have actually pushed ahead with many of these that are needed as key policy and regulatory frameworks. Sufficient spectrum, really key. Access to low band and mid-band spectrum to drive 5G. Applications around tax policies. We find that the countries that are thoughtful about attracting investment with tax policies and incentives, and also certainty about the tax regimes, are all doing well. There's a need for a tariff regime that creates a vibrant competitive context, as well as to attract investment. Nothing like certainty around tariff and the tax policy to attract investment. I'd also say that there is a need for transparency as the technologies are evolving. In the old days, there was a fixed industry, a wireless industry, and so forth. There's a convergence in all of these things, and the need for a fair licensing and taxation environment for terrestrial, i.e. the networks you see, non-terrestrial being the low Earth orbit satellites that you hear about, Starlink, etc., as well as the OTT services like Netflix. Very important for the Nigerian government to ensure that there is a harmonization and fairness for all market participants so that there is no arbitrage and actually the country loses important revenue when a policy decision has been made unintendedly to go in another direction. I won't emphasize the last point because I think President Adesina really did cover it, which is really about the need for reliable grid power. Networks in the digital economy requires reliable power. I was stunned with the statistic that said, in South Korea, the power company is only down for 2 minutes, within a year. So these are some of the things to kind of stimulate thinking around what are the policy levers, particularly around the digital infrastructure that will be needed going over time. So in conclusion, Nigeria is going to be that lion that President Adesina mentioned. It's going to roar and it's going to be a top 5, maybe even top 4, global economy by 2075. There is enormous opportunity in driving the digital economy. Nigeria is just at the start of the beginning with 6% of GDP, which is driven by the economy. It can get up to 15%, if not higher. There is obviously a lot of growth in the telecommunications space in terms of mobile connectivity, but there's still a lot more to do and to evolve into reliable, fast 5G networks. And as I mentioned earlier on, we need investment. Our analysis is that over the next 5 years, Nigeria, just on digital infrastructure, will need $12 to $15 billion of infrastructure investments, building towers, building networks, bringing 5G on, fiberizing those networks, $12 to $15 billion the next 5 years only. And obviously the regulatory environment would be needed to attract local and international capital to drive that. And, it's really, really important, as I mentioned earlier on, is that there's a conducive regulatory and harmonized framework towards the end goal of ensuring every Nigerian is benefiting from the digital economy. Not only people who are in formal employment, but also people who are the small, medium enterprises who are the bulk of Nigerians. Frank and the team at Business Day, it's a privilege to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation and the opportunity to spark some debate and interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, we are running really behind schedule here, so we would now, thank you very much for that presentation once again, sir. I think it deserves another round of applause. So we'll have the second panel session now. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the next panel session on navigating digital disruption comes up right away. And the moderator for this session is Lawrence Amadi, partner KPMG. Please, let's welcome Mr. Amadi.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'd love to stand on the existing protocol so we can get right to it. Some people have told me they're itching for lunch. We will get to lunch pretty quickly. So again, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, Ralph Mopita, the honorable governors that joined us today, Governor Obaseki, and all protocols, I would say, duly observed. Very quickly, I would like to introduce the panelists, and we will go as swiftly as possible. First, I'd like to invite the CEO of the largest telecoms company in Nigeria, and he's no stranger to us, no other person but Mr. Carl Toriola. A round of applause, please. As he makes his way, very quickly, I would also like to introduce the CEO of one of the leading fintechs in Nigeria, no other person but Benga Agbola, ably represented by Bode Abifarin. Next, we have the CEO and co-founder of Open Access Data, in the person of Dr. Ayotunde Koka. Next on the panel, we have the CEO of Finance Man, another fintech, and this is Olani Atoshe. Olani, please make your way. We're almost getting there. I have a feeling we might need more chairs. Next, I introduce the next panelist. Some of us must have heard of the company Terragon. When you hear digital enablement, Terragon comes to mind. And I welcome my friend, Elo Ume. A round of applause. I would like to also welcome to join us the CEO of Patricia Technologies. And this is Fejiro Hano Ogboje. I'm sure we've heard about blockchain. They play in that space. Fejiro, please join us. And we will not have a complete panel if we also don't involve the regulator for the digital economy. So last but not the least, joining this panel session is Mr. Kashifu Inua Abdullahi, and he's the DG at the NITDA, the Nigeria Information Technology Departmental Agency. You're welcome, sir. Because time is fast spent, they all have 2 questions each. We will condense the questions into one, so that they take the floor once, and they give us their best shot with every question they get to answer. So I will start certainly with the only Rashiki I know, in the person of Mr. Carl Toriola. So Carl, MTN now have their hands dipped into so many areas: mobile money, broadband, and we name it. What does digital disruption mean for a company already dominating the telecoms industry and also providing the backbone infrastructure for digital innovation?
So first of all, Lawrence, I don't seem to be able to get away from you. I meet you in offices, I meet you in our capital markets day, I meet you in business day forum. I think we're twin brothers now. Thank you, and first of all, let me greet my regulator, Mr. Kashifu, so I don't get any fines anytime shortly. And to all my partners, we all know each other very, very well here. Digital disruption is the use of digital infrastructure, tools, and data to change business models. And the risk that a lot of businesses face is if they don't understand how to use digital technologies that are moving very fast in the world today, their businesses can get disrupted and have their launch very, very quickly. If you look at it from a telco perspective, we can be digitally disrupted by OTTs that can provide free communication services. They can actually build their own books and free, but use the information that they gather from the customer base, hopefully responsibly and within the laws and compliance, to monetize that and make money in other ways. There's all sorts of other types of disruptions that we see in multiple industries. Banking industry has seen some level of disruption with digital banks. In some ways, very much efficiency gains and an ability to access a whole new space of customers. Education is something that's probably going to be disrupted really quickly, and as a nation and as a continent, we're not fast enough to pick up on the digital disruption of the educational systems, and we're sticking with our classroom and our curriculum. We'll very quickly find that what we are training our young ones on becomes irrelevant and is answered by ChatGPT. And the skills that we need to build the digital economies of the future, which Ralph spoke to, Dr. Adesina spoke to, we won't have them at all. So digital disruption is the use of emerging technologies which are evolving all the time. Internet connectivity was the first basic one, telephony, mobile telephony. Now we start to move on to artificial intelligence, automation, etc. The use of all of those technologies to disrupt existing business models and economies. Thanks.
Please, a round of applause for that response. I think he's opened up the floor quite nicely. And deep truths that you've shared with us, Carl. In the sequence, I know a lot of people here had to tell me, please, ladies first, ladies first. But I have to go with Carl first because, your friends first and the ladies come next. So, Bode, just building on the point Carl made now, what are the key challenges facing businesses in adopting these digital trends? He's talked about the impact on education. I'm sure agribusiness, the fintechs will have to face all of this. And then how do we manage the potential disruption caused by this? And I have to link this again to what other things you see changing in the payments landscape in Africa.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy to be here. Lawrence, I thought we were friends, but yes. Okay, so I'll answer the first question in terms of, what are the challenges business face in transiting to digital. I think one of the first things is really understanding the business you are in and anticipating the future. The last speaker spoke a bit about it in terms of what are the trends, right? What are you doing today? So as a business, you begin to think, what is the thing I'm doing today to steady the business so that money continues to come in? What are your short-term goals? What are the objectives? Now, there'll be medium-term goals and then there'll be long-term goals. You have to think about all this very deeply. And it's not just on the surface of it. It's thinking through it in terms of your operations, your technology, risk, compliance. How does this, permeate throughout the organization? And what do you need? And allocating the right resources to ensure that this happens. One of the easy ways is also looking at your business through the eyes of the customer, carefully planning the customer journey, right? And saying, what are those critical points in the customer journey? And how do you begin to anticipate disruption? What are the things that will change? It's very easy as businesses to say, okay, this is what we're going to do, but also having a team dedicated to thinking about this future and all the trends we see. And I can give examples. The second point is also, if you look at the business you're doing today, a lot of the things we're trying to do, there are other clients that have got other businesses in the same sector that have gone ahead and done similar things. So is it in the way they onboard their customers? Is it in the way they do the risk management? The way they're embedding technology? So a lot of organizations go on study tours. You're looking at these companies because some of them are 15, 20 years ahead. So there are lessons that you can learn to begin to say, how do we navigate? How do we put specific plans, timelines for execution? Because you can have all of these things. If you don't execute it, it's like a waste of time. So execution also remains key. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bode. We'll move very swiftly to Ayotunde Koka. And the question I'd like you to respond to is, how can the traditional businesses identify and seize opportunities for digital transformation? And what steps can they take to integrate technology effectively into their operations?
Yes, thank you very much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real honor and to be here. Sometimes when less so now, if you go back 10 years, you see a CEO say, well, my IT, I have that head of IT over there, what's it got to do with me, right? And increasingly, even going back 20 years, if you look at banks globally, there's been a lot of disruption with the internet, with the web. I had Web 1, Web 2 with a lot more functionality. Online banks were supposed to now disrupt and disintermediate bricks and mortar bank, and then some bricks and mortar banks actually set up online banks to see how it goes, and then they reintegrated and they became a combination of both. I used to be, I was a director at Egg Bank, the first European internet bank, and everything was digital. However, there's certain fundamental things that you need to realize that it's not the only channel to the consumer. And there's a term we use, dancing across channels, okay? So giving that choice of channel to use is very, very important. So what's changed now is actually CEOs they don't have to be techie, but probably sit down with some CEOs over here who will show you one or two tricks now with their phone and what might happen and stuff like that. So it's changed. CEOs actually have to understand technology trends, where it's likely to take their businesses, where likely disruptions are going to happen, you know, and so on. But also understand how to leverage better access to technology quickly. You see, there's what's called cloud now. There are lots of cloud services, you know, and so on. What that's done is actually digitization has reduced the entry point to technology for businesses. Previously, it was only big, large businesses that would build a whole large data center somewhere, specialist stuff. They invest in their own networks, huge IT teams, you know, and so on. That's changed. The entry point to the SME business on the mobile phone, the penetration that's happened, access to points of use has reduced that. So it's not just about big company CEOs. It's the CEOs, it's the country, it's the CEOs of larger enterprises and small, medium enterprises and individuals on how you leverage technology. But if you look at bigger companies, you need to have agile infrastructure. The days of building your own big infrastructure are over. You know, you don't build your own network from Lagos to Abuja. There are lots of network providers you can use. You don't build your own data center. There are lots of ways you can actually co-locate, right? So what CEOs have to do is to understand, okay, let me outsource what I don't need to outsource. Need to understand where technology is going to be disrupting the businesses. Put in agile infrastructure because they've outsourced. They can pivot very, very quickly. And get to understand how technology is likely to disrupt their businesses. I'll give you 2 examples just to build on another sort of type of industry on what Carl mentioned. Law. You now have, you know, generative AI, which has been around a while. It's just now become quite front of mind. You know, for legal businesses, that could be really quite transformative. You don't have to be in the office. Your library of all your law books are with you wherever you are in the world. Case notes, and now that's agile businesses. And if you cannot pivot with something like that, then the other thing is with health, for instance. There's so much that can now be done with remote health, right? Non-intrusive keyhole surgery with the expertise coming in, okay? Now let me just give a view of the kind of technology quickly that makes that happen and why Africa grows significantly. The statistic that Ralph showed there of Africa being 1% of the world, right, is quite interesting because it also shows in another part of digital infrastructure statistic in Africa, data centers, data centers underpin everything. Everything that run the phones, the networks, everything has to sit in a data center somewhere, right? But we hardly have any of that actually in Africa. 1% of data center infrastructure is in Africa. About 52% of that is actually in South Africa. And every time, you know, the rest of Africa grows, South Africa is growing as well, so it stays around about 52%. But there's something called latency. So if we're going to digitize and we're hosting all of these things in cloud that's in Europe and South Africa, Africa is huge. South Africa is just as far from here as UK, right? You need to have those things located in data centers close to where you are and interconnect them. So you saw one of the boxes that said edge that Ralph showed, right? Edge means that you drive the content to close to the point of consumption. That's when everything now operates quickly. It takes away the latency. So if a doctor was operating and the operating platform, and this has to be 100% because your digital can't go down while you kill the patient, right? Things have to be close to the point of use. Because of this, digital infrastructure is going to have to grow significantly. And that's, as from the Nigerian perspective, if you look at the digital infrastructure build-out, Joburg actually in South Africa is the largest location of data center infrastructure. In the next 3 years or so, just Lagos, never mind the rest of Nigeria, will be pretty close to Joburg in just the next 3 years of the amount of development that's going on. I think in the next 5 years, just as MTN says, Nigeria is the largest business, Lagos and Nigeria will now be the largest location of data center digital infrastructure and fiberization in Africa, right? To build that digital infrastructure. What that does then, it just creates a platform for agile business development and so on. Finally, to put Africa in perspective, the 1% of digital infrastructure is in context of the fact that Africa is 17% of global population. Of Africa's GDP, it's actually growing, which is about 4%, is going through to about 4.5% of world GDP. But we have 1% of global infrastructure. So I call that gap between 17% and 4% the prosperity gap, right? Then you have the digital gap between the 4% and the 1% of digital, right? So the key thing is to close the prosperity gap, we have to close the digital gap. And then we start to really push to close the prosperity gap. And to do that, that means that businesses have to totally pivot into agile technology and understand, CEOs have to understand how technology is going to transform or change their business models. The IT people there are only the enablers, not that head of IT I have over there. It becomes the DNA of the organization.
Fantastic. Thank you so very much for that very detailed response. So many wisdom nuggets coming through from just all you've said now. And I think a lot of people are taking notes. We've heard Carl talk about the disruption in education. But he's talked about follow the trailblazers that have done something similar. And now you've also touched on lean, agile, and the disruptions in both legal and the healthcare. Thank you very much. We'll go to Olani Atoshe. And some of us are wondering, who's finance man? What do they stand for? What do they do? Sourcing FX has been a huge challenge for many people. And a lot of travelers, PTA is a struggle. And there's a sense that there's still, mainly just the manually, operated today, through BDCs. How can technology disrupt FX in Nigeria? And in what ways can we leverage tech to increase the supply of FX?
Thank you very much for that question. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to be here among these panelists, and I'd like to say thank you very much to the publisher for allowing us this opportunity to speak. To answer your question very quickly, because I know everyone's hungry and I also want to go for lunch as quickly as possible. What we found in FX, unlike all financial services to a degree, unlike most other verticals, is that FX is already utilizing some of these new and exciting, digital solutions. SR Financement, of course, focuses on corporate FX. Most of our clients are large institutions, some fintechs, some banks, some oil and gas, companies. And what we seek to do is make their lives easier in terms of making payments for them, either here onshore or offshore, in Europe or the United Kingdom, typically. And of course, we work very hard to find them, again, the best rates, to get their payments to them as quickly as possible. And of course, to ensure there's zero risk to their businesses, and of course, zero risk to their money. So what we've had to do is we've had to think very quickly, and we've had to move even quicker. And what I mean in that regard is we've had to employ a variety of new tools. So SR Financement, again, as I said, focuses on corporate finance. We also own a secondary company called CoinCoin, and that focuses on also OTC, also in the corporate space, but mostly with digital assets. And what we've been able to do over the last, sort of 18 months outside of Nigeria, in Europe, where we're regulated, is use digital assets, mostly stable coins, to help FX. And to really answer your question, I think our dependence on the US dollar is just too high. And of course, it will be good to have more exports and drive the Nigerian economy a lot better. But in the short term, I think we can look to some of these digital solutions. Now, the stablecoin market is quite big. And we, and a number of us, and I'm sure Hanu or Patricia will speak to it, are able to, we've been able to use a number of, innovative ways in tech to bring USDT to the forefront for some of our clients, some of our African clients, not just in Nigeria, who operate in Europe and use, again, our skills, our ability, and our innovation to bring other ways to the FX space. Again, mostly stable coins. If anybody doesn't know what stable coins are, that's USDT mostly, or USDC. We're able to move very quickly. We operate under the same norms. I myself spent 14 years as a banker before I came into the digital space. So we operate under the same norms as the banks. We follow all the policies we have to follow, including AML or due diligence. We do everything we're supposed to do. The one thing I'd say to make things better immediately for Nigeria, given what's happening to the Naira, is we should take the stress off the Naira and allow for more players to come in, perhaps bring a regulatory framework to the forefront for digital asset companies, because there's a lot we can do in the very, very short term to take the pressure off the Naira and help a lot of the private companies, and obviously the public sector as well.
Thank you very much, Nee, for that response. I know some of us are asking the questions, what's this stable coins? What do we need to do to key in? How do people leverage it? Perhaps it looks like you have to create a wallet of some sorts to ride on this. Tell us more.
Well, you don't necessarily have to have a wallet yourself. It could be managed for you if you don't want to do sort of the groundwork. However, if there's an interest, as we've often found from the the retail economy, then you can quite easily create a wallet on our platform. Our platform is called CoinCoin. That's KOIN, one word. You can jump on there, you can create a wallet. You have to go through KYC, of course. We're not yet regulated in Nigeria, so if you're a Nigerian user, we may not onboard you. But we are appealing to the SEC and the Central Bank of Nigeria to consider, alongside the FCSA in South Africa, to license digital asset providers like ourselves. But of course, if you are from South Africa or you have access to platforms which are not in Nigeria, you could be onboarded, and luckily CoinCoin is an international company. We will consider onboarding Nigerian users, but of course we wish to follow policy and ensure that we're regulated to do so before we begin to do so on a larger,
Thank
larger
you, Nee.
capacity.
I'm sure some of us would have heard about the Momo PSB and the wallet platform on there. Hopefully this wallet is something that can also connect and do business. So you and Carl should probably be catching up after this session at some point.
We will.
I'll move to Elo very quickly. There's a lot of competition in the digital marketing space, largely because of emerging tech. Tell us some of the disruptions that you're seeing and what Terragon is grappling with, and perhaps what other digital marketing companies might be grappling with today in Nigeria.
Lawrence, thank you very much. And thanks to Business Day. Good afternoon, everyone. And thanks to fellow panelists. The insights have been very useful. So Terragon is we don't play in hardware and we don't play in the infrastructure parts. Mostly everything we do is the software, which is the hard one for Nigerians to buy, because Nigerians like to see what they buy. So that software piece is a little bit difficult, right? But at the core of it, it's the feature, right? Professor Additional talked about, and also Ralph talked about it, the gap. $16 trillion digital economy is already here, right? Of that $16 trillion, MTN for the last 20 years has built a network. So the hardware piece of things has ended. It's closed, right? So what we're doing today is fiber. And when you see this fiber, it's maybe the size of 2 of my fingers, right? And it's carrying huge data speeds. But let's rewind to 2016. Something significant happened in 2016. Donald Trump got elected in the US, and there was a big backlash around privacy. At the core of that privacy debate was what? Was the IDs of people on mobile devices in the US. And a year before that, Europe did something called GDPR, which the entire world started to pay attention to privacy. So 2 events happened back to back that changed the world. And, luckily for us, or coincidentally, thanks to MTN, who have always driven innovation and supported Terragon, they granted us a POC environment, like a safe environment, to test out
the mobile ID as the unique identifier mobile users. But beyond it being on the MTN network, they thought about it as something that is cross-in. So you can go from banking. So today, banks are digital platforms. Some banks in Nigeria have 10 million digital customers across mobile apps and USSD. How do you unify that? That unification is not going to happen by MTN. It's going to happen by companies who have software. And why is that software important? As a local software, it's important because of flexibility, so they can build things on top of it, right? So MTN granted us that POC environment, and we continue to work to link all these different industries so that you have a unique ID with the mobile phone number. Fast forward to Q4 2022, Europe again comes up and launches something called the TrustPaid. TrustPaid is essentially the same solution MTN led to test out the mobile phone number as a unique identifier. But what have they done? A lot of discussions are happening here around harmonization of policy framework. What Europe has done, the European Union has done, is they've brought all the telcos, Vodafone, Telefonica, Orange, and T-Mobile, to the table and told them third-party cookies are going away. Cookies have driven a $300 billion internet advertising world. If it's going away, and we've been hearing about fines, EU fines Google, EU fines Facebook, everybody's looking for a solution that takes care of the customer. And that solution is back to, fast forward how many years? From 2015 GDPR to 2022, GDPR is now going to be transformed, and TrustSpeed will lead that drive. For me, it's a mixed bag. It's great that that innovation is going to maybe transform an industry and lead to enormous wealth creation and customer satisfaction. But on the flip side of it, it's also quite maybe disappointing that we have lived with technology for 20 years, right? Because GSM launched in Nigeria 20 years ago. We built the network, and now software is riding on that network. And I am one of the firm believers that innovation going forward will come from anywhere. And that innovation is only going to be driven by digital skills. Until we start to develop parks, a lot of the right things have been said, and young people harness software skills, digital skills. That is the only way we can deepen and foster the innovation that is needed to drive the digital transformation 2050, 2075, as we have all projected. So back to your point, when we work with telcos, banks, brands, right? In Kenya, for instance, we have a customer who is the largest retail business. They're not a ShopRite. They are more a gas station, Ruby's. They see these things happening, and they're trusting us to take our software and manage their customers. Who are their customers? Everybody that drives a car in Kenya buys gas from Ruby's and buys groceries from the stores in the gas station. How can they tell this customer that there's hot bread when the customer is going home, right? The only way to do that is from the mobile device. Because some customers like hot bread, while some customers like the bread that is, I don't think anybody likes the bread that is 2 days old, right? But they like something else, right? So how do you tell them with time, with the ID, with their privacy protections in place? It requires a solution that is very, very close to the market. And I think that data, I think privacy, I think compliance, I think transparency will become national issues, which, to be able to sustain it and deliver it at scale in countries, it's local companies that will do it. It's not going to be, you won't call Google to come and do it for you in Nigeria. Impossible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elo. Thank you so much. Certainly appreciate the insights. We will move very swiftly to Fejiro. And as you talked about GDPR, the custodian of NDPR is sitting right next to me. And I'm sure he was taking notes and listening very actively. So Fejiro, how do you navigate the ever-evolving landscape, from a Patricia tech standpoint and also any blockchain player standpoint? And what strategies are you employing to stay
All right. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you, Business Day, for the opportunity. I sit in a very interesting intersection between crypto and AI in Patricia. And I will first start off by acknowledging the work that has been done in the past couple of years. You see, Nigeria has leapfrogged in technology. When you talk about cryptocurrency, you talk about blockchain. Nigeria is among the top 5 countries in the world, you know, and that's a very interesting and remarkable feat for the country. At the same time, we see digital wallets, digital banking, all of these come together to create digital customers. It is my belief that in a very few years, there's going to be a huge change. As soon as our regulators give us regulation in cryptocurrency, in blockchain, we would see a wide adoption and wide usage, and we will see a shift from traditional systems to a system where blockchain is at the forefront, right? Technology becomes really decentralized. Technology becomes really mobile, where everybody with a cell phone can be a true partaker of blockchain. At the same time, when we talk about strategies, right now the world is going ablaze with artificial intelligence. That is about to be the new frontier. All of a sudden, we see a company called NVIDIA. They create game chips, and they have automatically become the 8th biggest company in the world. That has never happened for a hardware company to see such leapfrog. And it takes me back to the early 90s when Intel began to create chips for computers. And we saw a huge leapfrog. HP became huge. Personal computing became the next frontier of technology, right? And I see the same thing happening now with NVIDIA creating chips for artificial intelligence, chips that powers Tesla cars, chips that powers AI companies. And if you do a deep dive, you realize that the reason why NVIDIA is becoming such a huge company today is because companies are investing in AI chips, which means in the next few years, we will see more AI startups, we will see more blockchain startups. And the same way you saw a shift from Intel to Apple to PayPal to eBay, the software companies became the biggest companies. We will begin to see that same shift happen again from NVIDIA being the hardware company creating AI chips to the software companies building on top of AI, building on top of the blockchain, you know, and I also think we have a problem generally, an African problem I like to call it, where we are very good at buying the products as opposed to building the products, you know. And again, we have a very huge opportunity right now to be at the forefront. The blockchain is just 12 years old. AI is less than 2 years, and it's still coming like very hot. So we have a very huge opportunity, right, with the help of the government, with the right infrastructure. He just talked about digital skills and software engineering. That is the next frontier. I believe that once we put all of this together, right, we can truly begin to, you know, tap into the true nature, tap into the wealth that Nigeria has to create, and put us in the forefront in technology as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fejiro, for that. Really, a lot of insights. So he's told us perhaps we have to start building this tech and exporting it, you know, to the rest of the world. Instead of consuming, become the producer. We've listened to a lot of our operators and private sector tell us about the cutting edge disruptions. The last but not the least responder, Mr. Kashifu, with the rapid pace of digital advancement in Nigeria, and just also listening to my distinguished panelists, what advice can you offer to the Nigerian businesses and organizations on effectively navigating the evolving technological landscape whilst ensuring data security and privacy?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I want to thank the Business Day for organizing this forum and also inviting me. I was telling the MD, government is underrepresented in this forum. And when you talk about policy and this kind of forum, it's a yin and yang. It's a two sides of coin. You need the government to come up with the policies. And the government needs you to understand the kind of policies need to put in place. So firstly, the same way technology is disrupting the industries, we are also disrupting the regulation and policy making process. At NIDA, we started by reimagining ourselves within the ecosystem, because regulating technology is the most difficult thing to do. Generation before us never had to deal with this kind of situation. So it's not something we can learn from legal books. So it's something we need to co-create with the ecosystem. So to achieve that, we have to come with a regulatory intelligence framework, which has three cardinal pillars. Firstly, as a regulator, before you regulate, you need to be aware of the environment, the technology, the new things coming. And also you need to be intelligent in the way you regulate, because we don't regulate to stifle innovation, but rather we regulate to create markets. And thirdly, we need to be dynamic. You need to have existential threat flexibility. If you issue something and it's not working, you need to withdraw it and issue something that will work for the ecosystem. So in the framework, we look at it from two angles. Firstly, there is what we call a rule-based regulation and a non-rule-based regulation. A non-rule-based regulation is what we normally promote, because we don't know the use cases you are developing. So we allow you to self-regulate, put yourself together, develop the sector, and come up with recommendations for new entrants to comply with. So we use that to come up with regulation. And the way mostly we look at it as regulation is a rule-based commands that you must follow. No. At NIDA, we look at any intervention, government interventions designed to influence business, social, and market behavior. We call them all regulations. So to achieve this, we have 4 objectives for any regulatory instrument we are issuing. Firstly, it must create a market or democratize access to product or service. Secondly, it must protect consumers. Thirdly, it must enable innovation. And fourthly, we look at it, how can it improve service delivery. So all our regulatory instruments look at these objectives. So we have so many regulations in the area of policies, blockchain, artificial intelligence, and NDPR, like you mentioned. Even though NDPR now has evolved into a full law, and now we have a commission in charge of data regulation. But our regulatory instrument gave birth to that commission. So we look for more regulations that can create markets. Like also our approach today is co-creation. We crowdsource any regulation or policy making. We don't sit in the office, use armchair theory to come up with regulations that never works. So as we digitize, My major advice to you are three. Firstly, digital is about knowledge, talent. It's a knowledge-based economy. Your company is as good as its next product. And its next product is as good as the people who make it. So you need to learn how to attract, retain, and harness talent. We had an issue whereby in a bank, a CIO and some key staff resigned within few months. So we need to know how to retain this talent, because talent is the human component of the technology. And also, talent itself is a huge market. According to Conferry, by 2030, there is going to be 85 million talent deficit globally, which will result to 8.5 trillion US dollars unrealized annual values. So Nigeria can position itself to become the global talent factory, because we have all what it takes to become that. We have one of the youngest population. Naturally, we are talented. We have proven this in the sports, in the music industry, and film making. So we can do the same thing in technology. You also need to look at how you can secure your data in the area of cybersecurity, because cybercrime is one of the biggest ventures today. According to cybersecurity ventures, this year cybercrime will cost the world about 8 trillion US dollars, which is bigger than all crimes combined together. So as you digitize, cybersecurity is very important. You need to look at your cyber hygiene, and also you need to look at what you need to build confidence and trust for your users. So we are working on establishing the national PKI, public key infrastructure, which can help in building that trust and confidence for all our digital services. So the last part, you talk about privacy. I don't want to say much about it because it is no more under NIDA now. We started by issuing the NDPR, Nigeria Data Protection Regulation, in 2019, which created an industry. And because of that, the government has established a commission now, Nigeria Data Protection Commission, to take care of data privacy. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Kashifo. Please, a round of applause to all our panelists. This is all the time we have. I've received 2 warnings about timing. This is all the time we have. But please feel free to engage them because they are not leaving the room just yet. Thank you so very much. Now I have the privilege of also inviting the next speaker in the person of Mr. Tola Adeyemi. He's going to come to the stage almost right away because we need to keep the ball rolling. Tola Adeyemi is the National Senior Partner of KPMG in Nigeria, and is also the chairman for KPMG in West Africa. And he'll be spending the next few minutes with us. I know we're going to have a quick photo session with the panelists. Thank you so very much, everyone. And thanks for the patience on sitting through. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I've been given various warnings about lunch, but I rest on the fact that I know that CEOs do not live by bread alone. But they live on the insights and perspectives of their fellow CEOs. So I know you'll be very interested in what I'm about to present. I'll just give room for the photographs to be over. Do I have everyone's attention? Okay. I'll go ahead. Every year, KPMG conducts a global survey of CEOs. In 2022, we surveyed about 1,325 CEOs. These surveys are useful in that they provide insights into what fellow CEOs are thinking about and the matters that they are concerned with. They're also useful from the perspective of challenging or validating the actions that CEOs themselves are undertaking. The comfort that I will give you as CEOs is that just like we are here in Nigeria, CEOs all over the world are needing to navigate the unpredictable. And indeed, while navigating the unpredictable, they also have to search for opportunities within that fog of uncertainty. The key attribute of any CEO today, there are two of them that emerge from the survey, and those are resilience and agility. CEOs all over the world are tasked with making sure their organizations are resilient and agile. There are four thematic areas that emerged from the survey. These are the economic outlook, technology, talent, and ESG. And I'll talk very quickly about each of these. In terms of economic outlook, what was interesting is that about 86% of the CEOs surveyed believe that in the short term, things are going to get worse before they get better. And in dealing with that short term, CEOs spoke about the things that they will be focusing on, being increasing productivity, managing costs, and digital transformation. But what was equally instructive is that 71% of the CEOs surveyed, when asked for a longer term orientation, were very optimistic that over the next 3 years, they expect the economy to pick up. The risks to growth over those next 3 years, the biggest one was what we've been speaking about, which is emerging and disruptive technology, followed by operational issues and then regulatory concerns. Those emerged as the top three risks. From a technology point of view, CEOs are clear that they need to spend on technology. And for many businesses, the technology spend is one of the biggest areas of expenditure. However, there's a realization that customers want more than products. There's a realization that customers are beginning to judge companies by the quality of their digital experience. In other words, companies are being differentiated by the quality of digital experience that they provide their customers. So 72% of CEOs surveyed were very clear that they will be continuing to push aggressively on digital transformation and implementing their digital strategies. But while pushing on digital, what was also interesting is that about a quarter of the CEOs surveyed admitted that they were unprepared for a cyber attack. Unprepared, or they felt their organizations were not sufficiently ready for a cyber attack. The point has been made already that the question is not whether your organization will be attacked, because I can assure you that even as we speak now, attempts are being made to hack into your organization. So the question really is, how robust are your defense mechanisms, and what will be the severity of the attack that you face? Another interesting perspective was the issue of agility when it comes to digital spending. So CEOs said that they have realized that they need to be more agile in terms of how they deploy their digital expenditure. In other words, they need to develop that capacity to shift digital expenditure into areas that will yield the most benefit. Because when you start out on the digital transformation journey, the areas of priority today are not necessarily the areas of priority tomorrow or a year from now. So that ability to pivot in terms of where you're putting your digital spend is a key area that CEOs identified, because digital has become more expensive in recent years, and it's expected to be even more so. The next area is in the area of talent. So CEOs are focusing a lot on the employee value proposition because of what's happening within the talent market. And the point has been made already that properly addressing talent is critical to achieving the company's objectives. So employee value proposition, a key priority. CEOs are realizing that there's got to be a lot more transparency and focus on employee well-being and issues related to mental health of employees. CEOs are investing in training people, updating skills, and just making sure that the people they're matching innovations to the changing customer needs. An interesting thing that also came out in the survey, because we asked the question about how CEOs view these current hybrid working environments, both now and into the future. And it was instructive that 65% of CEOs spoke about how they believe they need to transition to more in-office environments rather than hybrid environments. So 65% of CEOs told us that over the next 3 years, they will be transiting to a more in-office work environment. Of course, there were those who said they would stay with hybrid work, and others who were completely remote. But the majority indicated a shift towards more in-office working. The fourth area is ESG. A number of CEOs we spoke to, in fact 73%, recognize that a focus on ESG related issues is strategic for their businesses because they see the linkage between that market permission or the permission to operate and their focus on ESG. What was interesting is that the issue of ESG as a tool for talent attraction and retention was also quite pronounced in the surveys, in which CEOs are saying that they're finding that employees are making decisions about which companies to join and whether to remain in the company based on the attention that the company is placing on ESG-related matters. So that was interesting to see the increasing focus of ESG as a tool for employee attraction and retention. Of course, it also comes in the area of finance, where financiers are placing increasing emphasis as well on the company's ESG credentials when it comes to the cost of finance and allocation of finance. So we saw ESG as something that is emerging and we expect will continue to emerge. Of course, a key component of ESG is the whole area of inclusion and diversity. Gender diversity is a major issue. See, when we interviewed CEOs, they told us a number of stories of where they go to meet prospective suppliers or customers. And one of the key questions they're asked is, tell us about the gender diversity within your organization and the board. And those companies that are not able to show sufficient action on gender diversity are finding that it's beginning to hurt them in the marketplace. So this area of inclusion and diversity, and in particular gender diversity, is indeed a business imperative. On the whole, the focus of all CEOs is about growth. How do we achieve growth in these uncertain times? The top 3 strategies that CEOs spoke about, number 1 was alliances, because there's a realization that very few companies can operate in isolation. CEOs understand that to be truly effective, you've got to operate within an ecosystem in which you are developing partnerships with that help the company. So we saw tech partnerships, logistics, distribution partnerships, finance, etc. It's all about strategic alliances with third parties to help the companies achieve their objective. The second area was the area of organic growth, where CEOs are focusing on innovation, a hot topic, lots of money going into that, R&D, capital investments, etc. And for the truly multinational companies, the focus is around the geopolitical risks and how to manage those geopolitical risks. So the survey comes with a number of insights into the whole question of how do you find opportunities for growth within the environment that we operate. The advice from fellow CEOs, we've analyzed them by technology, talent, and ESG. The report contains 11 key insights. I won't run through all of them now because the report is available for you to look at. But in the area of technology, one big priority is the whole issue of making sure that you're bringing people and technology together. Companies are spending so much on technology, and it's so important that the people within the organization are adopting that technology and utilizing it appropriately to yield its full potential. So bringing people and technology together, a big issue. Getting closer to customers is a big priority as well. CEOs spoke about how they rethink their organizations by starting with the customer and then working backwards to their processes and the things they need to do. In the area of talent, the advice here is experiment with new ways of working. Listen, collaborate, empower employees. The best ideas come from the employees themselves. Experiment and be willing to lead in some of these areas, because we've got to have new ways of engagement. As for ESG, again, lots of insights and advice here. But the key thing I would say is don't be bold in the area of ESG. Understand that this is an emerging trend and show leadership in that area. As I said, the report is available and you can read more about these matters within the report. So on the screen is a QR code that you can scan, and you will be able to download the report. We are about to embark on the 2023 CEO Outlook, and we will be seeking to survey a number of you. I ask that when you get the survey, please participate, share your perspectives, because your fellow CEOs are keen to understand the things that you are doing to deal with these times. And of course, when the report is ready, we will also be sharing that with you. I highly commend this CEO Outlook report to you to read. As I said earlier, it not only provides insights into what fellow CEOs are doing, but it provides perspectives to validate what you're doing, or indeed to challenge your thinking in terms of the adequacy of how you're responding to the environment. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adeyemi. Please give him one more round of applause. I know we've all been sitting for a while, and I have good news and bad news. So the good news is that we will definitely eat today. The bad news is not now, please. So because we are pressed for time, we would like to crave your indulgence to quickly move through the program so that we can take lunch towards the end of the program. So up next will be the keynote address by a very notable speaker. But I would like to quickly inform our guests that Business Day has 2 exciting books for sale, and they are at an amazing discount. Lost Vision and Laughter in the Mirror, a compilation of Asuko's cartoons. Please visit the stands outside when you have the time. So without further ado, I would like to introduce the Managing Director, Shell Petroleum Development Company of Nigeria, and the country's chair, Shell Companies in Nigeria, Mr. Osage Okumbo, for his keynote address on the global energy landscape and implications on the future of the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. Please keep clapping while he comes on stage. Thank you very much.
A very good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Frank, thank you very much for the invitation. I think what I will do better next time is to negotiate to come earlier rather than later. But thank you very much. I think it's been a very distinguished panel of erudite speakers. So quite a privilege to be with you today. Mine is to bring back home the business of energy, oil and gas, as we like to categorize it in our country. I think we all essentially key into the points that Dr. Adeshina made earlier about the need to substantially diversify our economy in such a way that we then have multiples of what we see today in terms of our GDP. But for now, we still have oil and gas at the core of our export earnings. You heard him say it's 89%, so roughly 90% of our export earnings still comes from this resource we are richly endowed with. So it's important that we keep talking about it and how to make the very best of it as a country. My job is to very briefly give the global context that I'm sure, given the relative age of many I see in the room, fully conversant with, but I would like to spend a bit more time on the implications for us in our country, just because of the importance of this resource to us as a people. And the international scene, international context, what we heard in the recent past was almost a singular focus on energy transition. Energy transition to move to a net zero status in CO2 emissions as quickly as possible. It was a very singular focus over the last few years. But increasingly what you hear is no longer a one-dimensional focus. It's what we now essentially refer to as the energy trilemma, not even a dilemma, a trilemma that encompasses what we have always discussed around sustainability, the environmental consideration, but also increasingly about reliable supply and affordable supply. Not so long ago, the entire discussion in the world was about how we essentially slow down investments in hydrocarbons. I remember personally myself getting a call from one of the major embassies here, essentially giving me a heads up that as a government, they were going to slow down and cut back in terms of government support for entering hydrocarbon. That same entity in Europe, less than 2 years later, we're back here essentially thinking of how best to access our abundant resources, particularly gas. That's just to tell you how in a few years, things have changed. It's instructive that in these years, with the singular focus on the sustainability element of the equation, the whole world essentially came short on investing in hydrocarbons, whether oil or gas. The entire focus was very much on sustainable energy sources. But today, we are essentially reaping the essence of such decisions. So we are now in a world where there was substantial underinvestment over the last few years, and the industry we are in, you need to keep investing. You just need to keep investing because of natural declines. Unfortunately, we didn't do that. Energy assets is also a big issue, particularly for those of us in Africa. The statistics is that we are 17% of the world's population. But in terms of the emissions we talk about, we are only 3%. So to subject us to the same standards, to the same constraints in terms of hydrocarbon development is a real challenge. This is why you have heard many of our leaders on the continent make very strong representations about a fair and just transition. We not just need hydrocarbon resources to get to where we want to be, and you heard most of it today in terms of development. We also, for many countries such as ours, rely on it substantially for our export revenues. So we need to have a proper discussion on issues of access, but also issues of sustainability. I'll be quick to say that we can say all we want to say about the energy transition and the pace of it and all of it, but it is actually with us. So we must find a way as a people, as a country, to adjust. That leads me to that point that we have a window. Depending on who you talk to, in some of the conferences earlier in the week, people are talking about 50, 60, 70 years. We might not have 50, 60, 70 years to access. So it's important and imperative right now that we do everything we can to access our resources as quickly and as efficiently as we can. So this brings me essentially to the Nigerian part of the equation. We are, without a doubt, a major resource country. We have over 200 standard cubic feet of gas discovered. By most accounts, our resource base is probably 3 times that because we have a lot of undiscovered scope. So this is a hugely rich gas province, probably number 1 on the continent. We have the capability to deliver 3.5 billion cubic feet of gas a day. The company I work for, we easily can do 2 billion of that. That's a huge resource base for a country and a huge capacity to develop and produce the gas resource in particular. And we heard earlier in the day, I think it was Herbert who made that point, that some 60% of our population is under age 35. So industrialization is key. Power is key. And the singular biggest opportunity we have to drive that is developing our gas resources. So it's an imperative. We export gas quite a bit. We have 6 trains, 22 million tons per annum that we produce mainly via the Nigerian LNG. There is a 7th train in construction that will add a third to the capacity of the Nigerian LNG. That is in flight. In terms of liquids, we have 37 billion barrels of proven oil reserves. Again, much of our deepwater frontier has not really been explored as much as we can. So we can substantially raise these numbers. Production today is hovering between 1.3 and 1.4 million barrels a day. As many of you know, our OPEC quota before the recent adjustments is 1.8 million barrels. So we just need to, as a country, get to that number as quickly as possible. And that's significant foreign exchange earnings for us. Once we talk about traditional, conventional oil and gas, we should not forget that as a country, we also have significant renewable energy potential. You heard Dr. Adeshina talk earlier about the 1,000 megawatts plant that they are looking to build in Kaduna. In Shell, we have seeded a company called Olon. I think Caroline, who is our CEO, is somewhere in the room, all to try and access these alternative renewable energy sources mainly solar. We have abundance of wind. We have hydro. So this is just a country that is just so richly blessed. Our issue is how we develop our potential. Energy, as far as energy is concerned, this is a hugely, hugely rich country. There are a number of frontiers coming through, so you will hear a lot more these days about places like Guyana, where huge discoveries are being made. Neighboring Namibia, we've heard of Mozambique. So you do indeed have huge provinces, huge frontiers that are coming through. And many of the internationals are playing in that space. So this essentially says to us, we do not necessarily have the luxury of seeing this as a country, it's our decision, it's everything we want to do, and take it or leave it. We are in international competition and we have to essentially rise up to it. But we have some relative advantages. Whereas some of these frontiers we are talking about are virgin, there is no infrastructure there. We have, through the years, built significant infrastructure, onshore, shallow water, deep water. That sets us apart. So rather than we would always advocate that it is a lot easier for you to stick facilities where you can actually tie into current infrastructure. So that gives us quite a bit of advantage as a country. We have a great subsurface. Our resource base, as I said, is incredible. The architecture is great. What we struggle with is the above ground risk, as we call it in the industry. All the issues which I will come to in a moment. Like I said earlier, we have to play to the energy transition. We don't have that choice. In COP26, our then president committed us to a net zero emissions target of 2060. Much of Europe talk about 2050, but some other bigger places like India, Nigeria, and a few other countries are just saying, give us a bit more time, 2060. But our commitment right now is to 2060. I think it's been mentioned severally in the room today that governance is key. And it's the very strong signaling of our president to undertaking reforms is very welcome news. Some of you would have seen in the media that as a Shell community internationally, we paid a visit last week, Monday. And this was an excellent conversation and commitment. As you heard the UTM guy essentially speak to as well about the commitment to just be open for business, to remove the obstacles that are there, and to take advantage of this window, especially as it relates to our abundant gas resources. The other key advantage we have is people. We have some of the best brains in this country, some of the most competent resources. I listened to the last panel, and actually felt quite proud to see what our young people are doing in the digital era. One industry where we have a strong competitive advantage is energy. Just because of our long history, we have built some of the most capable people, technical and non-technical, that thankfully we have managed to retain a substantial number of them, despite the Jigawa syndrome that we have all become used to. But we do have a very, very strong technical and non-technical base to support our industry. But we must deal with our challenges, and we cannot stop talking about them. The PIA was a decade in coming, but it was passed ultimately, so it set us up quite a bit for success. But we still have very substantial challenges. Many people watched, I think Herbert again made reference to that, the whole security issue and the shooting of some vessel that was involved in crude theft. I've said it at several fora. Security and crude theft is an existential one for us. There are a whole ecosystem has been built up around theft of crude that we must address as a country. It's not just the fact that we essentially have illegal connections being put on these pipelines. The moment there is a leak, we shut down production. So it hits us both ways. It's the environmental effect of these leaks, but even more existentially is the fact that we have to keep shutting down, starting up, shutting down. That's why we are essentially completely underdeveloping, producing on our resources. We talk a lot about oil, liquids. I talked about the gap to potential with respect to OPEC quota. But so is gas, because as you know, most of the gas is actually associated with the oil. So when the oil goes down, the gas goes down. Our supply to the LNG in the course of the past 2 years has averaged just over half, just over 50%. At a time when gas prices hit the roof. As a country, we missed that opportunity. But we have to recover. Fiscal challenges are on the way to being resolved. That's the way I would categorize it with the PIA. But after the law comes the regulations. So we need to keep an eye to make sure the regulations deliver what the law set out to do. We are all part of getting our local content laws into place. But I'm a firm believer in saying that the local content law wasn't intended to chase out big-time international contractors. We still need them for the kind of complexities of projects we are going to execute. So it's important that both our big international contractors and our local contractors are able to coexist within the context of our local content laws. Very important. Funding, we are getting better. If I was here 2-3 years ago, the first thing I would talk about is cash calls. Thankfully, with the incorporation of NMPCL, we are seeing some significant changes. We just hope and frankly insist that this is sustained. It's one of the biggest disincentives to investments when you put in money and partners cannot meet their obligations. We need to look at the rebalancing of the terrain, particularly for the internationals who increasingly express a lot more interest in deep water, because we have the technology, we have the financial capabilities to more or less deal with that space. At the same time, I think we have grown sufficient capacity as indigenous players. Dr. Isueli is here and been a long-term player in this regard, who can actually do our onshore and our shallow water business. So we really need to find a way for both the internationals and the indigenous players to coexist in this sense. We still need to look at two elements outside the PIA for competitiveness. It is non-associated gas and it is deep water. We kind of parked it at the point where finishing up the PIA with the view that we will return to it. It's an area we still need to deal with. And of course, high cost of production. We are still averaging over $20 a barrel. The aspiration is to get to $10 a barrel. I really believe we can remove many of the imperfections in our system. It's actually quite achievable. So So just to recap, I would say what needs to be done is very clear. I always say this, that our industry is not that complex. Sometimes we try to complexify it, and what needs to make this industry work is not rocket science. Security, as a people, we have to deal with the subject of security. It's almost like a do-or-die existential issue. We have to confront it, otherwise it would take down this industry. As I just said, we need to resolve the PIA, the implementation and remaining fiscal challenges. We need to resolve our project delivery challenges. People have heard about AFAM. People have heard about Nigeria LNG. Those projects came to fruition essentially because they were sponsored at FGN level. These were big movers, big game changers. I think we need to see a bit more of that being sponsored at top government level, just to make sure the impediments are removed and dealt with. Execution risk is a key concern. That's why I made the point earlier about local and international contractors coexisting. Like it or not, right now, most international contractors are finding their ways out of the country. We need to find a way to reverse that trend. Our contracting processes still are big issues. We'll be talking about this for a while. It still takes, unfortunately, upwards of 3 years to put proper contracts in place. If you look at other frontiers, it's a year to a year and a half. So this is an area we must address. And the funding regime I talked about earlier. So my final slide will be my key. No, not yet. Key takeaways. The global energy industry is underpinned, like I said, by 3 dominant themes: energy transition, which we all hear about, but also increasingly energy security and energy access, particularly for those of us on the continent and in Asia. We're experiencing in the industry very strong tailwinds right now in terms of demand. The industry generated some of its highest ever free cash flows in the course of last year. Many of you follow the international media know that as an industry we got quite a bit of a flack for that. But it positioned the industry quite strongly for investments into the future. Thirdly, Nigeria is an energy-rich country, and not just fossil fuels, because we tend to focus on fossils, but in terms of solar, in terms of wind, and in terms of hydro. However, like I said, today, 90% of our foreign exchange earnings still comes from essentially oil and gas. And more importantly, gas is a very important fuel source to drive our economy, drive industrialization, and deal with our essential issues of unemployment. Making Nigeria a stronger, more compelling investment case is therefore a non-negotiable issue and requires the resolution of the lingering challenges which are referred to earlier. We should be building on the PIA to get us to where we are. And finally, just having a chat with Dr. Adeshina before he left, this was one point he made to me. We need to be evolving an integrated energy strategy that includes the strategic and efficient development of an exploitation of our various energy sources, various energy sources, not just liquids and gas. And this will be a game changer for us. So on that note, finally, I say thank you for listening.
Another round of applause for that fantastic presentation. We have promised to move at the speed of light, and we'll do just that. So we have made slight changes to the agenda. We're going to merge the last two panel sessions. We think they're actually correlated because the first panel session is about the future of oil and gas investment, while the second panel session is development. And you would agree with me that we all agree that oil cannot sustain the economy for too long anymore. So it's time for us to look at perhaps pivoting to the investment-led growth model. So we'll be having those conversations. I would invite the panelists upstage right now so we can get cracking. The first person I'm going to call on would be Grace Amadi, General Manager Sustainability. She's here representing Mr. Roger Thompson Brown, CEO of Seplat Energy PLC. Round of applause as she makes her way to the stage. Next person is Dr. Imo Isweli, Chairman, Dubri Oil and Gas. We also have Audrey Joe Ezigbo, Deputy Managing Director of Falcon Corporation Limited. She's still around? Or online? Okay, she'll be joining us virtually. Okay. Then another person who will be joining us virtually is Mrs. Yewande Sadiku, Head of International Investment Banking at Standard Bank Group. We also have Mr. Bola Onadele Koko, CEO FMDQ Group PLC. Oh, he's left. All right. So those are the panelists. We'll get straight to it now. Oh my goodness. Here we go again. And of course, the last but certainly not the least person to join the panel will be Mrs. Toyin Sani, who is the founder and chairman of Emerging Africa. She actually has a flight to catch, so the first question. I'm not going to talk too much. I'll just ask you a very direct question. I mean, you've had the opportunity of being the CEO of one of Nigeria's largest companies, United Capital, before setting up your own company. So I believe this question is apt for you. What would you say are the key considerations and challenges that businesses face in their quest to mobilize capital for sustainable growth and development, and how can these challenges be resolved?
Okay, thank you. So I'm actually responding from the perspective I have gained in the last 5 years of running the Emerging Africa Capital Group, which is one of Africa's leading investment banking groups. Specifically, companies across the world, irrespective of where they are located, do face challenges attracting capital for development and for sustainable development. So I would categorize the challenges and considerations from the perspective of both an international and domestic investor into 4 broad categories. The first is what I will say challenges that are globally applicable. So across the globe, there are usually competition between the developed economies and the emerging economies. And trends that are happening in other economies sometimes impact on our ability to raise capital or not. So that would be the first category. So I would say considerations that are globally applicable. So for example, in recent years where we had interest rates rising in developed economies, it was making economies like ours less attractive to investors. Now, secondly, I will talk about continental or what I call regional factors that are peculiar to Africa. There's a perception of risk around Africa and investments in Africa that impact the ability of African companies to raise capital. There are also challenges that you find all across the continent in terms of, for example, the stage or the state of both physical and market infrastructure. policy environments across the perception, for example, of inconsistent policy environments, political stability, challenges around our economies that are growing, that are not necessarily growing inclusively, and other challenges that are faced by businesses. Recall also that the businesses that drive growth across the sub-Saharan African countries are typically younger and smaller businesses. These younger and smaller businesses also face their own peculiar challenges in terms of access to talent pool, in terms of perceived expertise, in terms of quality of governance, in terms of transparency of reporting. And then I would move to national factors. So if you look at Nigeria, for example, we have faced our own peculiar challenges. Nigeria was a country that between 2001 and 2010 was growing at an average growth rate of 7.975%. And then things happened. And in recent times, that growth has not been sustained. And over time, as the factors that adversely affected our growth began to influence the perception of the internationals, because they look at us as a riskier market. Technically, we're classified more as a frontier market than as an emerging market. So they believe that they're taking substantive and exceptional risk when they come into our market. So we have to have something extra. What's the premium? What's the extra return that we're offering them for taking what they perceive as additional risks? So it has been challenging. So beyond the returns that had dropped, we also had issues of security. We had issues around policy consistency. We had issues around concerns around whether there was a political will to implement the critical reforms that we needed to move Nigeria forward, amongst other factors. And then I would finally stop at what I call company-specific factors. So company-specific factors will then have to do with the age of the company that is seeking to raise funding, the quality of governance of that company that is seeking to raise funding, the quality of talent that is available, access to data. Remember that most of the companies that are driving our economy are actually SMEs. And so they are challenged. Now, it's not all bad news. There is what can be done. And I'm very happy that some of the initiatives we have been seeing in the last few weeks with the new administration are probably moving us in the better direction. Remember, I talked about concerns around the policy environment. So what do? You start reforming consistently. I like the fact that we now have a private sector-led committee led by a very credible nominee from the private sector, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, that is driving tax reforms. Obviously, across this room today, we have spoken about the foreign exchange regime reform. It's a significant game changer. The withdrawal of petroleum subsidies, though it is painful for us, and I do believe that there have to be counter moves on the part of government to ameliorate the impact of that. But that is more or less a move in the right direction. The very big one that Mr. Osumbo spoke about and everybody spoke about is the energy reforms that are taking place. I think that is a game changer also for Nigeria. So you start reforming. Secondly, you maintain policy consistency. And what kind of policies are we looking for? We're looking for fiscal policies that will encourage private sector investment. The kind of funding that these businesses need, government can't even provide. One of the initiatives that I am associated with is an initiative by the National Advisory Board for Impact Investments, which I am a member of, chaired by Mrs. Ibukun Awoshika, to have a wholesale impact investment fund for Nigeria to mobilize $1 billion over the next 10 years of catalytic capital that will be directed at sectors that can have an impact, a sustainable impact on growth in Nigeria. So we're looking at the agribusiness, we're looking at healthcare, we're looking at education, and we're looking at investing in women and in youth. Now, if we can do that, then there will be a hope for Nigeria. Obviously, we need to partner with development finance institutions. I love what I heard from Dr. Adesina, about initiatives to invest in the digital economy, in youth entrepreneurs. If we have those kind of initiatives led by governments, partnership also with the private sector in terms of understanding and eliminating the various bottlenecks that impede private sector investment. For example, again, we have seen a reduction in interest rates. If that persists, hopefully our real sector can also be galvanized and reactivated. And finally, we also need to embrace alternative capital. So the private equity firms, the venture capital firms, they're able to provide longer tenured capital that we cannot get, for example, in the banks. Of course, the sector that I represent, the Nigerian capital market, has a very big role to play in funding, providing stable, long-term, predictable, and transparently provided funding for development, both in terms of equity raise, both IPOs and also rights offers and other public offers, debt capital market issuances, so bonds, and of course commercial paper issuances. We at Emerging Africa have enjoyed nurturing businesses, relatively small businesses, for whom we did loan syndications, we raised notes, and then over time we built them up to the point where we could actually take them to the public and first have commercial paper issuances for them, later bonds, and then hopefully be able to take them and have an IPO for them over time. So those are my thoughts, and I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to Business Day, and I congratulate Mr. Frank Aigbogun and his team for an excellent outing today. Your permission.
Thank you very much. Yes, she has to run. She has a flight to catch. Yes. Thank you so much.
I had to drop everything and run for my flight. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause for her, please. So, before I, just speak on what you've said, on what she has said, to direct my next question to Mrs. Sadiko, who's joining us virtually, to ask her about how the foreign investors that she interacts with from time to time, how they are taking the big reforms that Mrs. Sani has just alluded to, from the currency reform to the removal of the petrol subsidy. I've just been notified that there's one more person that should be on this panel who I have omitted. And I would now invite him to please join us. His name is Dr. Tomini Owolabi, Managing Partner, Olaniwon Ajayi, LP. Thank you, sir. All right. Mrs. Sadiko, are you with us? Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Very well. Glad to have you join us from the UK. So, as I said earlier, the question that I would like to ask you is, how would you, from your interactions with foreign investors and the global investor community, how have they taken the reforms that we've seen in the last 1 month, and what more do you hear them say that we need to do in order to ensure that we build on the speedy start that we've made?
Thank you, Lalade. It's often assumed when we're talking about financing that it's about banks and the investor community. I think the events of the last month have reminded all of us, if we had forgotten, the critical role that government plays in shaping thought, in shaping sentiment, and in shaping investor action. In the last, since the new government took effect, the reality is that the actions that they have taken have actually brought Nigeria back to the fore in terms of investor conversations about interest. I don't know that anybody will write a check today on account of what this government has done since it took office, but it has brought Nigeria back on the discussion table. It has put Nigeria high on the discussion table, and it has elevated Nigeria's interest. Investors are incredibly hopeful directionally about where Nigeria is going. There's a strong, palpable sense of interest that Nigeria, is now on course to where Nigeria should be. But there's also some caution in that optimism because it has not been long enough. So it's in the right direction, but it's not been long enough. There are also real concerns about the structural changes that actually need to be in place for these reforms to be properly embedded. But I cannot tell you enough how excited, the international investor audience is. When I first arrived in the UK, a lot of what I heard when it was conversations about Nigeria, it was the frequency of the use of the word investable. And as a Nigerian who previously, worked for the country trying to promote investments, it was very painful to hear that word, uninvestable, used in relation to Nigeria. That is, it's not said quite as vocally as it was before. There's certainly real interest in Nigeria. And in almost every investor meeting I've had since this new government started its reform efforts, the focus of the discussions, whatever you had planned on the agenda, it's always first about Nigeria and excitement about what government is doing and questions about the sustainability, of these efforts and the ability to properly embed them in the structural fabric of Nigeria's investment architecture.
All I hear there is the power of reforms. Nigeria used to be termed as uninvestable in the past by foreign investors, but now that story is changing because of the reforms. And hopefully we can build on that to ensure that we really get the type of capital from international sources that we're looking for. I'll take this opportunity now to also introduce my colleague who's sitting at the far right over there, Dipo Oladende, who's the Assistant Editor, Economy and Markets at Business Day. Dipo, I'm sure you have one or two questions to ask.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and it's really delighted to be here. So we've heard Dr. Sumbo talked about oil, reforms in the oil and gas sector, and Mrs. Toyin Sani have also mentioned investment. So my question would be for Dr. Israeli. What are those things you would expect for us to attract investments to boost Nigeria's oil and gas production? Because we can't have oil is very, very important to the economy, and we've heard the Shell boss talks a lot about the role oil needs to play for us to have the kind of vibrant economy we need. So in your view, what are those things you need, low-hanging fruit you think can boost investments in funding oil and gas projects in Nigeria?
Thank you. Let me start by thanking the publisher and Business Day for this forum. I think it's a worthwhile and excellent concept since it started in 2009 and still going strong. Back to your question, what I expect. I believe if I refer to Osagi's last but one slide, I think he had what to take away, something like that. I had a number of points there to take away. Many of them are low-hanging. But of all of them, let me concentrate on 3 or 4. One, security. Security out there is such, or I should say lack of security, rather than security, because we don't have it much. There are companies who have not been able to export what they produced, what they put into the pipeline and what they get out. Up to, in some cases, 80% of what is injected in the pipelines don't get to the end of the line. Even smaller producers like us, over a small distance of kilometers, the number of tappings into your pipeline is incredible. And this is onshore. Only recently, I think in the last week, what I believe it was Herbert that mentioned it, I saw in the media a vessel being blown up. They claimed, the report was that it had 1 million+ barrels in it. That's what the media said. And they blew it up. I asked 2 or 3 questions. One, what happened to the oil inside it? They didn't say it. Did they evacuate the oil before blowing it up? They did say that they tested the oil. So it wasn't as if they didn't know what oil it was, and from our mixtures and our qualities, they would know whether it's Bonnie Light or it's Kravos, so they know that. So what happened to the oil? Dead silence is pregnant. Was it blown up with the oil, with the vessel, or did they evacuate it first? And of course, hopefully, it will belong to the federal government. Secondly, why even blow it up? In other climes, proceeds of illicit businesses, they would take such assets, and the government, take US for example, drug assets, the government will take those. If they don't need it, they'll auction it. So why could we not auction it so that the government will take the proceeds? These are questions that have not been answered. They should be answered. So security is prime. It's taken us over 20 years to arrive at PIA from when we started, okay? Now we have PIA, but it's still laden with a few booby traps. It's not as neat as it should have been. It's not exactly what the industry recommended at the various times, but we have something, we've made some progress, thank God. So we need to debottleneck the PIA. There are still areas that need to be sorted out. And the conflict that exists among some of the regulators is a case to worry about. So another point that needs to be looked at quickly, low-hanging fruit, is to resolve the apparent conflict that exists in the domain and authorities of some regulators. We've been talking about gas. Gas is something we need, and I think Sage did talk copiously about how a few years ago it was get out of fossil fuels, and the language has shifted slightly. They are not saying don't get out, but I suspect it's the Ukraine war that played a big part in triggering this. Now they're talking about gas is cleaner than they would categorize previously. So gas has come to the fore. We need gas. And we have a lot of it. 206+ trillion cubic feet of gas proven. And there's a lot possible and probable. That quantum of proven reserves is about 1/3 of what the whole African continent has as proven reserves. And we are the largest gas reserve holder. So we could do something about it, but we're not doing it. Why? Investment funding, terms of engaging, climate of business investment, ease of investment. These are things that we need to clean out and make life easy so that not just the big IOCs, but even the little companies should be able to harness this gas and do something with it. Stop flaring so that the ESG side of how we invest will improve, and the degradation of the environment will be reduced to a significant level. We have not done sufficient for gas. The pricing of gas, fortunately with the recent debottlenecking of foreign exchange conversion, the merger, we should do the same thing for gas, meaning government should get out of pricing. Make it willing buyer, willing seller. The moment you are free, as we're doing now with foreign exchange, they're trying to do, we should do the same thing for gas. Let the business guy, the end user who wants to use gas, and the guy who's producing gas, let them talk to themselves. Government should get out of business. They are not good at it anyway. All right? Host communities. We need to ensure they are adequately looked after so that they do not interfere and interrupt our operations. The moment you can have a happy host community, in any case, the resources should trickle down to them. They should benefit from it. We're not seeing that. The moment you can do that, you will eliminate largely the illegalities that occur in most of the oil-producing areas. Let me stop there for the time being, and then we can carry on some more. It's about 4 points.
Okay, thank you. Please, a round of applause to him for that brilliance. So, I mean, I hear you when you talk about gas, we need to increase investment in terms of, we need to pay attention to gas. And we have someone in the house who is very, very knowledgeable about talking about investment in gas. I don't know if Andre is online. Yeah, I saw.
I'm here, yes.
Okay, she's here. Okay, yeah. So Dr. Isole has explained a lot about gas, and we need to put more investment in that direction. Can you share your view on this?
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to fine you for mispronouncing my name, first of all. It's Audrey.
Sorry.
Let me say thank you. No, that's fine. I've been called worse. Let me say thank you to Frank for the opportunity to be here. And very good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen, and all the distinguished panelists. And to say a big thank you to Osage, who spoke earlier and set what I believe is very practical and indeed phenomenal context for the realities that we face as an industry. Now, when we talk about gas and stimulating investment in gas, it's a long conversation, and we're coming from where we didn't even recognize gas as a critical national resource to where at least we have it front and center, we have a dedicated gas industry, we have created that midstream space where we expect to then get investments to help us do the infrastructure build out that can transform the sector. There are many things we need to look at when we're thinking about investments into gas. And I would like to dimension it from the perspective of the supply side, the demand side, the regulatory environment, and then of course, things like funding and security, which is a big one. You're going to hear from any player that is speaking about industry issues. So when we look at supply, we know that we have journeyed to where the focus was largely on export gas, and kudos to what the government did with NLNG. That's a fantastic showcase of a project. And like Dr. Israeli said, we need to, I think it was Osage who said we need to see more of those kinds of sponsored projects. So we focused a lot on export. But by the time we got to the whole COVID era, the one thing we learned is that we have to look back inwards and see how we increase supply and demand. So we need to see a bit more investment in non-associated gas, as much as we're pushing other investments in the oil projects that then creates more AG. The reason for that is that if we tap into our NAG resources, it takes away a lot of the vagaries around the oil production and those undulations that happen globally that impact us domestically and then affect the available quantum of gas that we have. I mean, it's not okay that we have 6 trains getting 50% of the contracted volumes and we're building a 7th train. That doesn't augur well. So we need to look at NAG and see how we enable that. And that's one significant gap, therefore, when we think about the PIA that needs to be addressed. How we create those fiscals that would make standalone gas projects to be attractive to investors. That's the key focal point, I believe, for this government, for this administration. Now, when we think about supply also, we want to be looking at maybe some of our stranded gas assets, trying to think of how can we bring this to the fore so that we are not basing our entire national supply on gas on only some specific regions while we have a lot of locked up reserves. When we start to think about the demand side, which I think is also very important, sometimes I think we get lost in the conversation around export, as though export is a bad thing. Export of gas is a fantastic thing because we need the foreign currency to be able to support everything else that we're doing as a country. But what we're saying is that we want to build a robust domestic consumption base. Currently, the power sector is taking the bulk of the gas that comes out, gas to power being a very huge part of the power generation platform of the country. But we want to see other heavy industrial users of gas. We want to see how gas can be used to enable manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, ceramics, and so on, things that can create huge levels of consumption while at the same time helping us to address some of our infrastructure, developmental, and employment issues, and so on and so forth. So it's important for us to be thinking supply as well as thinking demand, and then of course seeing how we can have a regional play. Nigeria is very well positioned to potentially be a regional hub for gas, on the continent of Africa. Now, when we come to the environment, we've also journeyed significantly in terms of policy and regulation. It was a big landmark for us in 2017 when the National Gas Policy was passed. Fast forward to the Transportation Network Code, all the way into the PIA. So that's a good one for us. Now, where we're going to get it right would be in the actual implementation, in our willingness to be aggressive enough, I should say, to then change whatever levers need to be tweaked within the PIA. We're not just going to live with them. We want something that the investors will accept. We also want to be able to create the agencies and streamline those agencies such that it's easier for us to deliver our projects. That it takes us 3 years, 2 years, 2.5 years to get approvals for any one project, that we have to get upwards of 20 to 30, sometimes almost 40 licenses from agencies just to be able to get a project through. We need to be able to streamline those things so that the environment is friendlier, is more transparent, there's clarity, and investors have a clear sense end-to-end what they're dealing with. Lastly, for time, I will just talk about the security issue as well. As I said earlier, we can't get past this. So we've grown from where we're dealing with just militancy in the Niger Delta to where we now have a multi-dimensional insecurity infrastructure, and that needs to be addressed. So when we talk about the amount of investment that needs to come into the energy space on the continent of Africa, and I remember Osage talked about the fact that, for instance, some of the new frontier terrains we are seeing, they are actually virgin terrains. We have infrastructure. There is also the fact that our infrastructure is not new, it's aging, needs to be replaced. And then you now add the security dimension. Investors look at a whole lot of things that make them determine where their capital should flow. And so the safety of your investment, right, and then that operating environment is part of what they will look at. And those are things that if we can address quickly in a very determined manner, I think that we'll see a very swift change in the way that we're doing energy in Nigeria with the flow of investments coming into Nigeria. So that we're not just telling ourselves what a beautiful landscape we are, we're actually taking those intentional steps to address all these different dimensions and make the investment capital, both local and international, to begin to flow into the space. And I'll anchor it for there. Thank you.
Thank you. Olade, over to you. Okay. So we've heard a lot about investments. We've heard a lot about oil as well, but sustainability is a very key challenge. So I would like to ask Mrs. Grace Amadi. I would like to get your view. What's ESG? What's your view on sustainability around ESG in terms of what we do?
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. So for ESG, it's on the three pillars of E, S, and G. And ESG has come to stay. It's not a nice to have. We had previous presentation that we can see now that investors are really driving that space because they are running away from companies that have poor or no ESG performance. So it's very important that independent oil and gas companies should take ESG matters very seriously. It should actually be embedded in the strategy of the company. So I'll take a couple of examples from the E, S, and G. For the E, the major thing that we are facing now is gas flaring. And this gas, as we can see from previous presentation, Nigeria is blessed, contributes about 33% of natural gas. It's a wealth, and we don't have to waste it as we are flaring. So we need to have properly defined flares reduction program or plans in place, short-term, mid-term, long-term. And Nigeria has signed to a net zero goal of 2060. The earlier we begin to work assiduously towards meeting that goal, the better for us, because it would also help us address the climate-related issues that we are facing and other ESG-related matters. You can see the clamor that when you go to the industrialized nations, they are beginning to say that the oil, the fossil fuel and oil, typical oil and gas industry should almost stop the activities because of the attendant risk to the environment, the people, and the planet. So we have to re-inject the gas. We need to also have gas to power. That can help, even gas to electricity. We need to turn this gas to value-added products, such as the CNG, because that is used for the transportation and the power generation industry, thereby displacing the fossil fuel of diesel or PMS. We also need to have the likes of LNG. That would also help us for the domestic cooking, so that in the communities where they are used to using firewoods, which again comes by cutting trees, and charcoals and kerosene, we can effectively displace that and also ensure their health and safety, because in using this fossil fuel and the charcoal, there is health and safety issues. Moving away from there, we need to talk about the greenhouse gas emissions. Typically the carbon dioxide, it's also a big component in part of what we are emitting, either when we are doing the exploration, production, transportation, whatever side of the divide we find ourselves in the oil and gas. So we have to actually set clear targets now of greenhouse gas emissions for our scopes 1 and scope 2. We also have to properly define our baseline so that the emission roadmap we want to establish would actually be auditable, or we can track to be sure that we are doing the needful in that space. We have to have tools that can help us monitor real time. In Seplat Energy, we have Nubia, and that we use for tracking our GHG emissions, and it aligns with the GHG protocol. Methane management is very important because methane is even a more potent greenhouse gas than CO2. So we have to ensure that we have leak detection and repair system to identify the sources of leaks, methane leaks in our processes, and repair those as well. We need to also sit back and ask ourselves, so we've done so much about the commercial gas, but we have stranded assets. Those stranded assets, it would not make any economic sense to lay pipelines and transport the natural gas to gas plants. So what we need to do is to look at nature-based carbon offsets, which thankfully nature has blessed us with trees
Trees are a primary source of carbon sink and CO2 sequestration. So we need to start partnering with the right institutions to plant trees and offset the carbons that we cannot, that are not of commercial value. We need to move into the space of renewables. A lot have been talked we had some sessions today. We can see solar, wind. So we need to, that would also help us displace the use of fossil fuel to power our operations. In Seplat Energy, we have actually done a pilot study with our Amokwe warehouse, where we had a combination of natural gas and solar to power the warehouse. And from there, it's been successful. We then intend to ensure that our operations are fully going in that way. And also power the communities wherein we operate. Now, I've mentioned a couple of things on E. Let me quickly move, because of the benefit of time, on S and G. The greatest asset you have are your people. Tools, machines can do everything, but you still need the man to operate that. So you need to take care of the employees. We also work in an industry where over 60% of the workforce are contractors, and they're also human. We also work in environments where local people work in, so we need to ensure their health and safety. What ESG strategy can we look at? Can we start looking at how technology can help us? For example, we have heard about artificial intelligence, virtual VR, and robotics, drones. These things are things we can use to minimize the hazardous exposures of our personnel in the field operations. We also have smart devices that are real-time wearables. When they are doing inspections, it's given field personnel real-time information to go about their activities. For the communities, CSR is no longer a nice to have, but is actually something that we need to move away from just ensuring their needs of today, but ensuring the needs in the future. So we need to start doing things around positive social impact that would be for the future. And we can, in Seplat Energy, we also have a couple of things we do in that regard. Our skills and acquisition programs, they are the types that we ensure that when they would fully train them in technology and the newer innovations in the industry, we also have them become an employer of labor. So adding up to making sure that they have the opportunities to be economic viable. We also have to have the D&I. I'm glad, I think this is a panel that I noticed that is compliant with that, apart from the gender that has been expressed today. Things about people with disabilities, and of course, ensuring that even when mothers are at work, they're at peace. We have a crèche that our nursing mothers can utilize during work. It actually makes us to have a positive environment. And when you have so many different people of diverse views and ethnicity in the room, you are ensuring that your decision-making process are very robust. I would also like to say that the governance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I mean, I could listen to you all day, but I'm so sorry we're pressed for time, and we promised the audience that we'll move at the speed of light. There are quite a number of hungry people in the room. I don't want it to get angry pretty quickly. So we'll just take the last question. I'll direct the last question to Mr. Owolabi. You of all people would know that sanctity of contract is a big deal to investors. So I'd like to ask you really quickly, if you can keep it precise and short, where do you think the gaps exist in our current legal framework that deters investments?
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to be part of this panel. As you know, when we talk about investment, funding, commercial transactions, at the heart of that is the concept of agreement and contracts. And when you talk about sanctity of contracts, that's the idea or expectation that when 2 or 3 people sign an agreement, it is binding on them and it will be enforceable. And so when it comes to investments in Nigeria, enforceability is really a big issue. And a key question that investors ask is, if I sign a contract today, how do I ensure or how do I guarantee that it will be enforceable? During the course of the summit today, a lot of very wonderful ideas has been said. A lot of suggestions has been made to the government. But at the heart of getting things moving in this country is creating the trust in our legal and judicial system. And so if I have a dispute on a contract and the dispute cannot be resolved quickly, that is a problem. If I have a situation where even when I get a judgment, to enforce the judgment is a problem, that would discourage investors from coming in. Where you have a situation, and one of the very common things, Nigeria, we have easy access to courts. Getting out of court is the issue. And we found that at a lot of the time, a number of bankers in the room would testify that people borrow money, they refuse to pay, and the first thing they do is go to court. And so there's easy access to the courts, and they string up their lenders in court. And so where you have a situation where an investor is looking at such an environment, it begins to give the investor big concern. And so as we have a new administration in government, one of the good things that our current president did when he was governor of Lagos State was to engage in massive investment in the judiciary. One of the things that is lacking centrally today is a need for massive investment in our judiciary, because at the heart of business is trust in contractual arrangements. If we don't have that trust, most of the things we've discussed today is useless. And so that's a key thing. There are a lot of loopholes. There are a lot of challenges currently. We're all Nigerians. Inconsistent judgment coming out of our courts. A lot of the court's judgment now has become a thing that we all crack social media jokes about. That should not be the case. And that is a key factor that the current government should focus on. Thank you.
So much. Thank you so very much. You must agree with me that the conversation cannot end here, but we need to, go right now. So you can always meet the panelists. They're still in the room. If you have any questions, you can ask them follow-up questions. Join me in thanking them for joining us today. Those of them that are here physically, as well as those that joined us virtually. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. So before I call on the publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Aegbogu, to give the closing remarks so that we can all go for lunch. Okay, please, a picture really quickly. Okay. While the picture is going on, just to show to you that I really do care about your time. Even while the picture is going on, I'll keep talking. So what we have also done is that we've prepared a survey that is on Slido. You'll get a prompt that would come up on the screen. Perhaps while the publisher is giving his opening remarks, please take out a few minutes of your time to fill the survey, and thank you very much for that.
I hope you captured us in the picture as well.
Thank you very much for sticking with us this long. I know we overshot the time, but we are grateful for your patience. Thank you so much for coming. And finally, we would like to welcome the editor of Business Day, Mr. Temitayo Fabure, for the closing remarks. Please give him a round of applause.
Okay, my job is easy, is to say thank you. Thank you for persevering, for staying. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your contributions. We've learned a lot from the energy in the room. Above all, I would like to say a big thank you to those who made today happen. Our sponsors, Platinum's partner, MTN, Seplat Energy, Emerging Africa, WEOC, Lagos Free Trade Zone, CSCS, UBA, ATC Nigeria, Open Access Data Centers, Lagos Business School, SR Financeman, UTM Offshore, Olaniwun Ajayi, Tharagon, AutoCheck, Flutterwave, and of course our technical partner, KPMG. Lunch is served right out there in the foyer. Safe journeys as you return home. Thank you and see you next year.